Chapter 709. Get out of the way, let me do it. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Elder Wu. Everyone was astonished to see Wu Jiumei slowly standing up from the stone bed, a determined look on his face. Elder. Don't move. Your injuries haven't healed yet. You should lie down and have a good rest. Yeah, if anything goes wrong, we won't be able to bear it. A group of people went up to dissuade him. Bastard. You guys still have the mood to discuss this at a time like this? Wu Jiumei's expression was solemn. He pushed aside the crowd and walked down from the stone bed in a shaky but abnormally determined manner. He pushed aside the crowd and walked over. Wu Jiumei picked up the pill from the ground, pried open He Wancher's teeth, and stuffed the pill in. Water. Soon, a villager from Wuxian village handed him a glass of water. Wu Jiumei gulped down the water and the pill. After a while, accompanied by a cough, He Wancher suddenly let out a long sigh, his face quickly becoming rosy. Elder. He Wancher opened his eyes and looked at Wu Jiumei in confusion. Pa! A heavy slap landed on He Wancher's face. He Wancher was stunned by the slap. Everyone else was stunned as well. No one had expected that Wu Jiumei would slap He Wancher in the face as soon as he woke up. Elder. He Wancher's face was full of astonishment and he was completely dumbfounded. However, Wu Jiumei ignored him with a dark expression. Instead, he turned to Wang Chong. Marquis, I'm sorry. I apologize to Marquis on behalf of the villagers, and I hope Marquis won't take offense. Wu Jiumei respectfully bowed as he spoke. Although he was old and his hidden illness was acting up, making him dizzy, he wasn't so old that he couldn't hear clearly. Although he couldn't speak, he could clearly hear what had happened in the outside world. Moreover, as an elder of Wuxian village and a top martial arts expert, how could he not know anything about the outside world? However, Wu Jiumei hadn't expected that the people who had barged in to save him would be a group of outsiders who had been completely rejected during the day. It's just a small matter. Elder, you don't have to be so polite. Wang Chong waved his hand, knowing that his efforts had finally paid off. The situation was urgent. Wang Chong wanted to help, but Wuxian was too conservative and xenophobic. Even Wang Chong couldn't do anything about it. Fortunately, there were still some sensible people in Wuxian village. Although there were some twists and turns, his plan still worked in the end. Marquis's Great Grace, Wu Jiumei thanks Marquis on behalf of the village. As Wu Jiumei spoke, he straightened his back and bowed respectfully with a solemn expression. Elder, you're too kind. Wang Chong faintly smiled. Although there had been some unpleasantness during the day, Elder Wu was still a reasonable person. Although he was a bit conservative, he wasn't pedantic. But Wu Jiumei has a presumptuous request. That kind of pill, how many more does Marquis have? Can you give us some? This is extremely important to Wuxian village, so I ask that Marquis help us no matter what. Wu Jiumei did his utmost to maintain his composure, but his trembling eyes betrayed his emotions. The screams outside the stone house rose and fell, and it was different from the previous times. Wu Jiumei had never encountered such a serious situation in his life. Moreover, as someone who had just experienced the attack, Wu Jiumei was well aware that it wouldn't be as simple as pain and severe injuries. But despite his anxiety, Wu Jiumei couldn't help but restrain himself. During the day, he had been too harsh to these outsiders, too blunt in his rejection and even injured many of them. Even Wu Jiumei couldn't bring himself to ask for help at a time like this. In any case, just based on Wuxian village's attitude toward them, these outsiders had no reason to help Wuxian village. Even if Wang Chong refused, Wu Jiumei wouldn't find it strange. But Wang Chong's reply was beyond Wu Jiumei's expectations. Of course. A voice sounded in his ear. Wang Chong stood in the room, a bright smile on his face as he gave a straightforward reply. All of Wuxian village immediately buzzed with activity. All the women and children, as long as they could still stand, joined the ranks of those who helped out. Wang Chong had originally estimated that 2,000 to 3,000 Wuxiang villagers would be injured or killed by the lunar eclipse tonight. But after experiencing it for himself, he feared that he had far underestimated the effects of this event. A butterfly flapping its wings tens of thousands of li away could trigger a hurricane on the other side of the ocean. And Wang Chong was that butterfly. The disaster that had befallen Wuxiang village this time seemed to be far more severe than he had imagined. Judging from the screams, the death toll could reach 7,000 to 8,000, perhaps even more. This kind of loss was something that Wuxiang village absolutely could not accept. When they emerged from the stone houses, everyone was pale and filled with fear. Gao Feng, Nia Yan, did you bring the things? Marquis, I brought them all. Li Sai, I'll leave this matter to you. Bring Gao Feng, Nia Yan, and the pills. Follow Elder He Yunwen and dissolve the pills in water. Then feed them to the villagers. Yes, Marquis. Elder Wu, leave the affairs of the village to them for now. I'll have to trouble you to take me to the chief's place. We have more urgent matters to attend to. On the plaza of Wuxiang village, Wang Chong was issuing a string of orders. In this moment of panic and chaos, Wang Chong's experience on the battlefield, the calm and reason that allowed him to command an army, was put to use. On the plaza, the villagers of Wuxiang village subconsciously accepted Wang Chong's orders and began to organize themselves. On the other side, Wang Chong followed Elder Wu to the residence of the chief of Wuxiang elder. He had already obtained the trust of an important elder like Wu Jiumei, and Li Sai had gone to help with the solar eclipse in Wuxiang village, so it seemed like everything would settle down soon. But Wang Chong was most worried about the village chief of Wuxiang village, Fang Xiaoyan's grandfather. Wang Chong had never imagined that Fang Xiaoyan's grandfather was an imperial great general expert on the same level as Zhangqiu Jinqiong. Every single martial artist of this level was a strategic asset. For an expert of this level, even the slightest injury or drop in strength would have a significant effect, let alone a serious injury. This was because in a competition between experts, the slightest drop in strength would immediately cause an expert of the great general level to fall below that level, and they would no longer be considered an expert of that level. If everything had proceeded according to the original trajectory, Fang Xiaoyan's grandfather would have been heavily injured in the solar eclipse, his strength greatly reduced. To watch as an imperial great general of immense power was about to disappear and fall before Wang Chong's eyes was simply unacceptable. This was a complete waste of a heavenly treasure. Moreover, his fief city of steel was about to be constructed. If he had an expert of the imperial great general level presiding over the city, it would be of great assistance to his management of his fief. Who goes there? Halt. All outsiders are forbidden to approach. Wang Chong followed Wu Jiumei to the residence of the Wuxiang village chief. Even from a distance, before he had even gotten close, Wang Chong could already sense an extremely solemn and tense atmosphere. Chief Wuxiang's residence was surrounded by group after group of experts, far more than Wu Jiumei's residence. At a distance of 50 some zhang, before Wang Chong could even get close, someone had already stepped forward to stop him. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb at this sight. At this time, Wang Chong couldn't help but rejoice that he had brought his generals with him. Stop! It's us! Wu Jiumei hurried forward without stopping. It's Granduncle Jiu. Get out of the way. Upon seeing that it was Elder Wu Jiumei, the crowd hurriedly scattered. Marquis, please follow me. With a solemn expression, Wu Jiumei leaped over the threshold and entered the room. Wang Chong followed closely behind him. But this time, with Wu Jiumei leading the way, no one stepped forward to stop Wang Chong. The stone house was bustling with activity, and a sorrowful atmosphere permeated the air. As soon as Wang Chong entered, he heard the sobbing of a little girl. The little girl, Fang Xiaoyan, was squatting on the ground, her eyes red and brimming with tears. She was looking in a certain direction and sobbing. Wang Chang's heart stirred as he followed her gaze. He saw a white-haired elder lying motionlessly on the bed. It was the Wuxian village chief that Wang Chong had met during the day. At this time, his entire body was black, cold, and stiff. It was clear that he wouldn't be able to last much longer. "Get out of the way, let me." Without another word, Wang Chong parted the crowd and immediately strode toward the Wuxian village chief on the stone bed. "Bastard! What do you think you're doing? Get out of the way. The elders are in the midst of treatment. Do you think this is your territory? Get out of the way." Everyone in the room had angry looks on their faces. "What are you all standing there for? Get out of the way. I called him over to help." Suddenly, a harsh shout resounded in everyone's ears. There was no need for Wang Chong to speak. Just as the crowd was at its most enraged, Wu Jiumei immediately began to curse, his expression extremely stern. Many people were dumbfounded by this sudden outburst. No one had expected Great-Uncle Wu Jiumei to speak up for an outsider. "Great-Uncle Wu Jiumei, what are you all standing there for? Didn't you hear? Get out of the way, let him pass," Wu Jiumei said with a dark expression. Everyone was dumbfounded and confused, but they still subconsciously stepped aside. In Wuxian village, besides the chief, Great-Uncle Wu Jiumei had the highest status. Now that the chief was unconscious, no one dared to disobey Great-Uncle Wu Jiumei. With Wu Jiumei as his imperial sword, the resistance that Wang Chong faced was greatly reduced. Parting the crowd and squeezing to the stone bed, Wang Chong pushed open the Wuxian village chief's teeth with his right hand and swiftly stuffed a dark brown pill into his mouth. Then, he brought over a cup of water and helped the village chief drink the pill. Like snow melting, the dark brown pill was swallowed. At first, the crowd was still angry but didn't dare to speak, only glaring hatefully at Wang Chong's back. But as the pill melted and seeped into the village chief's stomach, the crowd soon saw rings of dark luster rapidly melt from the Wuxian village chief's lips like snow under the sun. Immediately afterward, the Wuxian village chief's thin cheeks flushed red. "Ah!" The Wuxian village chief's chest shook. With a long breath, the Wuxian village chief opened his eyes. Chapter 710. The people who had just berated Wang Chong wore expressions of incredulity. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that Wang Chong possessed this kind of ability. One had to realize that they had already tried everything, including Wujian grass. Village chief. Village chief. Village chief. After being stunned at the very beginning, everyone quickly recovered from their shock, and all of them were pleasantly surprised. They swarmed over and surrounded the patriarch's stone bed with extremely excited expressions. Wuxian village was conservative and xenophobic, but it also maintained its simple sentiments. The most revered person in Wuxian village was the chief, and many of the villagers had grown up under his watch. To the villagers of Wuxian village, he was their spiritual leader. When the patriarch fell, everyone was helpless. They were all out of their wits and panicked. Many of them had even thought that the chief was about to leave. Now that the chief had finally recovered and awakened, the excitement in everyone's hearts was palpable. While everyone crowded around the chief, only Wu Jiumei stood at the back inside. He looked at Wang Chong's back with a complicated expression, one that was both grateful and a little ashamed. Given how the villagers of Wuxian village had treated him during the day, any other ordinary person would have already left him to his fate. But the other party had disregarded their former enmity and helped Wuxian village. This made Wu Jiumei feel both grateful and ashamed. "Marquis, thank you." Wu Jiumei stepped forward and thanked him sincerely. Before today, no one had expected that this year's lunar eclipse would occur, a rare occurrence that only occurred once in several years. This was when the aura of darkness and darkness was at its strongest. To the villagers of Wuxian village, this was a time of life and death. If this young man hadn't appeared in time with the pills, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Wang Chong only smiled and said nothing. Grandpa. In the room, the little girl's face was also full of tears as she excitedly rushed over to the old man. Wang Chong stood at the back and silently watched this scene. A knowing smile appeared on his face. No matter what, he finally helped the future Feng Xiaoyan do something and made up for a regret in her heart. Everything was over. He was not needed anymore. Without alerting anyone, Wang Chong quickly left the room. Has everything been taken care of? It was pitch black outside the room. A huge figure stood in the darkness, towering like a mountain. I've already sent Gao Feng and Nia Yen to handle it. The 100 pills that we brought have all been dissolved into water and fed to the villagers of Wuxiang. Their condition has stabilized now. Li Sai's vigorous and powerful voice came from the darkness. It had a special quality to it that made people feel sincere and powerful. Yes. Wang Chong said no more. He listened carefully for a while. In the dark night, the originally chaotic Wuxiang village gradually calmed down. The rising and falling howls and cries of pain disappeared together. The village slowly regained its peace. Wang Chong nodded slightly. Obviously, the pills that he brought had taken effect. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so quiet. Tell the others to finish what they're doing and come back immediately. Stay at the place that the people of Wuxiang have arranged for us to stay. Yes, Marquis. Li Sai's voice came from the darkness. Turning around, Wang Chong quickly walked back to the stone house. But after taking 2 steps, a voice came from his mind. The Stone of Destiny's voice was calm and emotionless. But in Wang Chong's ears, it was like the sound of heaven. Success. Wang Chong stopped and clenched his fist. The heavens do not disappoint those who wait. The xenophobic, conservative, and strict adherence to tradition of the Wuxiang people made it impossible for them to submit to any faction before the Great Calamity. These people did not even care about his status as the young Marquis, the son of Heaven's disciple, or his official status in the imperial court. One could easily imagine their wills. However, the night of the lunar eclipse in Wuxiang village had provided him with an excellent opportunity. The night of the lunar eclipse was the most influential event in the history of Wuxiang village. If he had not appeared, the Wuxiang village would have suffered at least 2,000 or 3,000 casualties, perhaps even more. Before the Great Calamity, this was his only chance to win the favor of the xenophobic Wuxiang people. There was no doubt that his plan had worked. He had successfully reversed this tragedy and won the favor of Wuxiang village. The Stone of Destiny's voice was the best affirmation of his actions. But what surprised Wang Chong was that in the past, the Stone of Destiny would only give him a notification after the mission had been completed. This was the case for both the regional commander's incident and the Empire's elegy in the southwest. But this time was clearly different. The matter was still not over. He had just fed the Wuxiang people the pills and water when the Stone of Destiny had given him a notification. This was something that had never happened before. Is it because Wuxiang village is only a small village, not part of the main course of history, so it doesn't have much influence at the moment? Or is it because I first saved Wu Jiumei and the Wuxiang chief? Or did I take the high-level route? Wang Chong's eyes turned, his mind in turmoil. After some thought, he realized that it probably had to do with the fact that Wuxiang village was an obscure mountain village. Although I don't know how you calculated it, if that's what you think, you're gravely mistaken. As Wang Chong thought of this, his lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. Wuxiang village was truly very small. 50 to 60,000 people was an insignificant number in the entire world. Moreover, they were so conservative, xenophobic, and rigidly adhering to tradition. In terms of influence, they truly did have very little influence at the moment, but as long as he was given a chance, his influence in the future would be immeasurable. 5,000 Wuxiang cavalry had already followed him to conquer the world, sweeping through all obstacles and making illustrious contributions. The Great Calamity had yet to occur, and the Wuxiang people had yet to suffer heavy losses. 50 to 60,000 Wuxiang people, this flood of strength was unimaginable. The reward will be distributed at daybreak, interesting. As he recalled the Stone of Destiny's final words, a hint of interest flashed through Wang Cheng's eyes, but Wang Cheng quickly regained his composure. Gao Feng, Nia Yan, and the others finished their work and returned to the stone house. The night was peaceful until daybreak. The moon had set, and the stars had sunk. A bright red sun rose from the horizon, radiating rays of light. Rays of red light dyed the mountains, and the surrounding mountains of Wuxiang village were covered in a red glow. Unknowingly, it was already daybreak, and it was finally time to leave. Marquis, what do we do? At the entrance, Li Sai sat cross-legged, his back straight like a tiger or a dragon. In his hand was a giant Wuxia steel sword that was as tall as a human. He seemed to have not slept for the entire night, and when he opened his eyes, they were bloodshot. He looked like he had a lot on his mind, as if he was suffering. Are we really going to leave empty-handed like this? Li Sai's face was full of struggle. The task that Wang Cheng had given him had been rejected by the village chief of Wuxiang village, and it had been a complete failure. In Li Sai's life, this was something that had never happened before. Seeing that it was time to leave, Li Sai's heart was filled with unwillingness. Let's go. Why not? Gao Feng and Nia Yan are awake, right? It's about time, we should prepare to leave. Unexpectedly, after waking up, Wang Cheng's face was calm, and there was no sign of frustration from the failure of the recruitment task. Ah! At that moment, everyone was stunned. No one had expected that Wang Cheng would make a decision so easily, and without the slightest burden. But since Wang Cheng had spoken, no one dared to disobey. Everyone could only stand up, pack their things, and prepare to leave. In the morning, Wuxiang village was quiet and peaceful, and there was no sign of the hustle and bustle from last night. Wang Cheng bowed slightly and walked out of the stone house. Outside, rays of light shone on the barren mountains, and also on the rows of stone houses and the wide stone plaza of Wuxiang village. Everything was bathed in the morning sun, and it was a picturesque scene. How beautiful, I hope that I will always be as peaceful as this. Wang Cheng said to himself. It was precisely because he had seen the crumbling of the mountains and rivers that he felt the preciousness of the present. No matter what, Wang Cheng hoped that this paradise-like village, and the central plains beneath his feet, could forever maintain this picturesque beauty. Marquis. A voice came from behind him, pulling Wang Cheng back from his thoughts. In just a few moments, all the guards, Gao Feng, Nia Yan, Li Sai, his soldiers, and even the captives walked out of the stone house. Last night, after everything had been arranged, Wu Jiumei had released these captive generals. Let's go. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Cheng waved his robe and strode like the wind, leading Li Sai, Gao Feng, Nia Yan, and the others toward the mountains to the west. He had come from the west, where Zhang Shouji and the others had been waiting for him. Now that the matter was over, it was naturally time to return there. Wait a moment, Marquis, please wait a moment. In the blink of an eye, just as Wang Cheng was about to lead his people away from Wuxiang village, a voice suddenly came from the other end of the plaza. Accompanying the voice was a series of footsteps that were getting closer and closer. Wang Cheng turned his head and saw a group of Wuxiang villagers hurrying toward him from the other end of the plaza, illuminated by the morning sun. The man in the lead was the chief of Wuxiang village, and accompanying him were Wu Jiumei, Huang Batian, and the other elders and protectors of Wuxiang village, as well as the other backbone of the village. Chapter 7:11. This is. What are the people of Wuxiang trying to do? Everyone was shocked. This was no small matter, and it made them feel a little uneasy. Could it be that they wanted to stop them and prevent them from leaving? Only Wang Cheng smiled without saying a word. As expected, they still came. Wang Cheng's expression was indifferent, as if he had already predicted this scene. Greetings, Chief. Wang Cheng's heart skipped a beat. Without waiting for the chief of Wushang to come over, he led the crowd, turned around, and took the initiative to greet them. Marquis, I'm sorry, I've come late. Last night, Marquis let bygones be bygones and lent a helping hand. Jean Gwen and the villagers will remember your kindness, and will never forget it. The white-haired old man said with a straight face. Chief, you're too kind. It was nothing. Wang Chong waved his hand, and said nonchalantly. The medicine was originally prepared for them. Big brother, thank you for saving my grandpa. A soft voice came from the side. The little girl, Fang Xiaoyan, also raised her head, and said sincerely. Seeing the sincere look on this lass's face and thinking about her barbaric, willful, and unreasonable appearance in 25 years, Wang Chong almost laughed out loud. You're welcome, it's just a small matter. Wang Chong patted her head and said. With the little girl's intervention, the atmosphere between the two sides suddenly eased a lot. Lord Marquis, there are no words to express my gratitude for this great favor. Yesterday, we were rude. No matter what, I request that Lord Marquis stay in our Wushang village for a few more days so that we can express our gratitude as a host. The white-haired old man said. Many things can only be realized after a long time. Last night, despite Wang Chong's help, there were still 8 Wushang villagers who acted up prematurely, and before Wang Chong's antidote, they died on the night of the lunar eclipse. They died with the same symptoms as the others. Just thinking about the 4,000 to 5,000 clansmen who acted up on the night of the lunar eclipse, everyone felt a lingering fear in their hearts. If it weren't for Wang Chong, last night would have been unimaginable. It was not an exaggeration to say that Wang Chong was the great benefactor of Wushang village. No matter how he tried to repay this kindness, it was far from enough. Thinking of how the villagers treated Wang Chong and Li Sai during the day, even the head of Wushang village couldn't help but feel ashamed. We appreciate Patriarch's kind intentions, but there's no need to linger. We still have some matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving first. Unexpectedly, Wang Chong waved his hand and refused. This answer obviously exceeded the expectations of the village chief and the group of elders of Wushang village. Everyone's expression froze, and they were instantly speechless. Marquis, to tell you the truth, I actually have something to ask of you. The elixir that Marquis gave us last night is very important to us. I wonder if Marquis has any more. Also, Marquis mentioned rock salt yesterday, what does that mean? The village chief of Wushang village looked embarrassed. Although he was a little embarrassed, he still said it. To tell you the truth, I only have a total of 100 of those elixirs, and they've all been used last night. As for rock salt. Wang Chong smiled as he spoke. He looked at the group of elders of Wushang village opposite him, and there was a hidden meaning in his eyes. Wushang village is separated from the outside world, and there is no trade or communication. Although other things can be cultivated by ourselves, and food can also be replaced by kudzu vines, 3 meals a day can't be separated from salt. I wonder how Wushang village solved this problem. The village chief of Wushang village hesitated, unable to speak. This young marquis of the Tang dynasty was far more perceptive than he had imagined. The lofty mountains and precipitous ridges were filled with rocks, making them unsuitable for growing food. Thus, the people of Wushang village ate things like kudzu vines and Solomon's seal. This gave them innate strength and made them physically stronger than ordinary people. But there was one thing that they could not solve with ordinary methods, the salt that Wang Chong spoke of. Thus, the salt that the people of Wushang village ate was different from that of ordinary people. It was not sea salt, but rock salt. Simply put, it was salt from the cliffs of the land. The rock salt in that area had been discovered by the ancestors of the people of Wushang village. Generation after generation, the people of Wushang village had eaten the salt there. Is chief not willing to speak because he is afraid that the imperial court will find out and confiscate it? Wang Chong grinned, immediately seeing through the village chief's misgivings. Throughout the dynasties, salt and iron had always been controlled by the imperial court. Iron did not refer to ordinary iron, but to coins. No dynasty would allow the common people to casually mint coins. That would lead to monetary chaos. As for salt, just as Wang Chong had said, no one could live without it for 3 meals a day. The imperial court had only done this at the beginning to prevent people from profiting from this and causing the price of salt to soar. If the common people could not afford salt, they would riot. Such a thing had happened before. Of course, it was only later that they realized that there was a huge profit to be made from selling salt. Although Wang Chong did not know when the people of Wuxiang village had fled into this valley, even 1,000 some years ago in the Eastern Han dynasty, salt and iron had been nationalized and controlled by the imperial court. No matter how little the people of Wuxiang village interacted with the outside world, they should have understood this point. Obviously, they were also afraid that the rock salt mine they controlled would be discovered and controlled by the imperial court. Fortune lies within misfortune, and misfortune lies within fortune. I wonder if Patriarch has heard of this saying. Generation after generation of Wuxiang villagers, starting from the age of 3, began to suffer from unbearable pain. And the older they get, the more frequent the attacks and the more severe the pain. I wonder if the elder has ever thought about why all of this is happening. A cool breeze blew, and Wang Chong's robes fluttered in the morning sun. Looking at the Wuxiang village chief and the elders, Wang Chong had a meaningful smile on his face. Others might not know the secret of Wuxiang village, but as the commander of the Wuxiang Iron Cavalry, Wang Chong knew it clearly. The people of Wuxiang village would suffer from severe pain for their entire lives. Their skin would turn black and blue, their entire body would convulse, and the pain would be unbearable. And every time the yin energy was at its strongest, especially on the night of the lunar eclipse, it would act up. This had not changed even after Wang Chong had recruited them. Later on, Wang Chong had recruited all the most outstanding pharmacists and martial experts in the world, including famous doctors from Uzan, Meng Shizhao, the Turks, Goguryeo, and other foreign countries. After 8 years of repeated experiments, he finally developed a pill to solve the pain that accompanied the people of Wuxiang village for their entire lives. It was the kind of pill that Wang Chong had fed them. This was also the true reason why Wang Chong was so confident that he would be able to subdue them when he came to Wuxiang village this time. However, the only problem was that this pill was very difficult to refine. In his haste, Wang Chong had only managed to refine around 100 of them, and they had all been used during the crisis on the night of the lunar eclipse. The chief of Wuxiang village felt his heart skip a beat, and a strange feeling surfaced in his heart once more. The youth before him was at most 16 or 17 years old, which meant that he was in the generation of his grandson. But for some reason, he couldn't see through this youth at all. For the first time, the chief of Wuxiang village felt an unfathomable aura from a youth. And what he couldn't understand the most was, how did he know about rock salt? This youth seemed to be shrouded in layers upon layers of fog, making it impossible to see through him. Marquis means. The chief of Wuxiang village frowned, and a pensive look appeared on his face. Chief, some salt can be eaten, and some can't. Not all the salt in the world can be eaten casually. At the very least, it can't be like Wuxiang village. Wang Chong said plainly. Rock salt was actually poisonous. It contained many ingredients, and most of them were poisonous substances that had to be specially processed and filtered. It wasn't just rock salt, there was also sea salt, all of which had to be specially processed. And if one consumed industrial salt, it could even lead to death. For Wang Chong, who had memories from another world, this was all common sense. But for the people of Wuxiang village, they clearly didn't know this. The people of Wuxiang village ate that poisonous rock salt from a young age, and the poisonous substances accumulated over time, constantly entering their bodies. So when they were 3 years old, the toxicity began to show. The most obvious sign was that a 3-year-old child would start to twitch and feel pain. Later on, the toxicity would continue to worsen, seeping into the flesh, hair, skin, bones, and even bone marrow. So, although there were many experts in Wuxian village, there weren't many who could live past the age of 50. And there were even fewer who could live to 70 or 80 years old. In the entire Wuxian village, with a population of 50 to 60,000, there were only about 20 to 30 elderly people. And if they were unlucky enough to encounter a lunar eclipse like last night, Wuxian village would suffer heavy casualties. This was the Achilles heel of Wuxian village, as well as the price behind Wuxian village's great power. Marquis means that all of this is caused by our consumption of rock salt. Wuxian village's village head said. Don't eat the rock salt in the village anymore. This is my advice to the village head and the elders, for the sake of Wuxian village, as well as for the sake of all the villagers. Of course, whether you believe it or not is up to the village head and the elders to decide, Wang Chong said. His face was calm, and his expression was light and breezy. Sometimes, going too far was as bad as not going far enough. If it was too obvious, the other party would feel disgusted. So, although Wang Chong really wanted to help Wuxian village and the villagers, this was the most he could do. Anything more would only be superfluous. As soon as Wang Chong's words fell, the village head and the elders of Wuxian village looked at each other. There were many theories as to why the villagers would get that disease, including curses, heredity, environmental factors, and so on. But no one expected Wang Chong to say that all of this was related to the most inconspicuous and common rock salt that they consumed daily. This was like saying that the reason a person bled was because they took in an extra breath of air. Chapter 7:12. Thank you, Marquis. Even though he was still doubtful, the Wuxian village chief still expressed his gratitude politely. Regardless of whether it was caused by the rock salt or not, there was still another matter that he was concerned about. Also, even though Marquis has already said that there's no such pill in the world, this old man would still like to ask if Marquis can tell us the formula for that pill so that we can concoct it ourselves. The greatest taboo for pill forging apothecaries was for others to ask about their pill formulas. Even the prestigious clans wouldn't easily reveal their precious pill formulas. The Wuxian village chief was just probing Wang Chong with this question, so he didn't expect that Wang Chong would agree to it. But contrary to his expectations, Wang Chong agreed without any hesitation. Sure. Wang Chong chuckled, as if expecting the Wuxian village chief to ask such a question. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong quickly reported the contents of the pill formula. It's not difficult to concoct this pill, but the ingredients are a little troublesome. It requires 30-year-old red sand fruit, 60-year-old Goguryuan ginseng, 100-year-old violet coral from the bottom of the ocean, 300-year-old nan mukor, Arabian date palm, pomegranate from the western regions, and palm leaf powder from overseas. Wang Chong reported 70 to 80 different ingredients. The faces of the Wuxian village chief, Wu Jiumei, and the other elders turned increasingly awful, and eventually, their faces turned ashen. The group had also thought of obtaining Wang Chong's prescription as soon as possible so that they could concoct it themselves. But none of them could have imagined that the pill formula would be so complicated and troublesome. There were many things that they hadn't even heard of before, let alone seen. Furthermore, Wuxian village had been isolated from the outside world for many years, and the village didn't have much wealth. Even the simplest date palm and pomegranate were more than enough to drive them into despair, needless to say, concoct a pill themselves. Wang Chong's eyes were like torches. He could clearly see the reactions of the elders. It was not out of his expectations at all. In fact, he wasn't deliberately making things difficult for Wang Chong by giving him a fake medicine formula. On the contrary, everything Wang Chong said was the truth. Every single medicinal ingredient in it was a real medicinal pill. Wuxiang's hidden illness had been around for a long time, and it was very difficult to cure. Ordinary prescriptions were useless. Wang Chong had used his status as the world's Grand Marshal to gather a large number of experts and famous doctors, spending 8 years to develop it. Because it took a long time and there were many participants, the final prescription required a lot of medicinal ingredients. On top of that, the people involved weren't just the Tang people of the Central Plains. Uzan people, Mengshi Zhao people, Gogurians, Turkic shamans, Abbasid Caliphate, and even Karak Spa Xenu were also involved in the project. As a result, the ingredients in the prescription came from all over the world. But even though it was complicated, there was one thing that was certain: this pill was indeed useful to the people of Wuxiang. Furthermore, as long as one consumed it for 3 months, the root of the illness would be completely eradicated. Wang Chong had used the immense influence of his clan and the resources of the other clans in the capital to forge 100 dark brown pills in a short period of time. The Wang clan was a clan of ministers and generals. Given the Wang clan's strength, it was still difficult for them to forge the pill, let alone the isolated Wuxiang village. This old man would like to ask if this pill can cure the root of the illness. The Wuxiang village chief asked. Wang Chong nodded and gave an affirmative answer. In that instant, the Wuxiang village chief couldn't help but give a long sigh. After last night, he discovered that all the people who had swallowed the elixir had a much calmer pulse. Although the rules of the ancestors couldn't be disregarded, for the sake of all his clansmen, he could only make an exception. Marquis, this old man has a deal that I wonder if Marquis is willing to accept. Marquis said before that he wants to recruit soldiers from our Wuxiang village. If Marquis can help us gather those ingredients and forge that special pill, relieving the pain and illness that our Wuxiang village has been afflicted with for generations, this old man can make the decision and agree to Marquis' request to recruit soldiers from the village. However, the number of soldiers will be limited to the number that Marquis helped last night. It can't exceed 5,000. The Wuxiang village chief said. As soon as his voice fell, Li Sai, Gao Feng, Nia Yan, and the other soldiers' eyes lit up, their faces filled with surprise. The stubbornness of the Wuxiang villagers was something that everyone had experienced before. No one had expected that just when everyone was at their lowest point, thinking that they had failed the mission and were about to leave Wuxiang village, there would be such a turn of events. This was something that no one had expected. Deal. Wang Chong smiled and agreed without hesitation. Although it was only 5,000 people, to Wang Chong, this was a good start. As long as the Wuxiang villagers could break the tradition and come out, then they could recruit the second and third batch of 5,000 people. In the end, all the Wuxiang villagers would be under his command. In the future, the whole world would be shocked by these Wuxiang villagers. I've finally succeeded. My Wuxiang cavalry. At this moment, no one knew that the bitterness in Wang Chong's heart was over, and he deeply sighed. Before the great calamity, it had been very difficult to recruit Wuxiang villagers. Only those who had personally experienced it would understand. Getting the Wuxiang village chief to relent and release those 5,000 soldiers had been too difficult. At this moment, Wang Chong even felt a deep sense of accomplishment, even a deep illusion. Back then, he had only obtained the approval of Fang Xiaoyan, who had grown up, and a group of people who had participated in Wuxiang village. But now, it was more like everything was starting over. He, the future commander of the Wuxiang villagers, was going to obtain the approval of the Wuxiang village chief. The latter was the true spiritual and physical leader of the Wuxiang villagers. Congratulations, host. You have completed the Marshal's summon mission. You have been rewarded with 400 points of destiny energy. At almost the same time, Wang Chong's mind was shaken. The Stone of Destiny's voice suddenly rang out. The promised mission reward had finally been issued. Wang Chong's trip to Wuxiang village this time had been a great success. Oh! Behind Wang Chong, there was a wave of cheers. Everyone was incredibly excited. Although they had clashed a few times with the Wuxiang villagers, which had caused them some displeasure, even a man like Li Sai had to admit that the Wuxiang villagers were the best warriors. To Wang Chong, recruiting them would definitely be of great help. With this exchange of pills for conscription, and the night before, Wang Chong had helped the Wuxiang villagers avoid the deaths of 4,000 or 5,000 people. He was the true savior of the Wuxiang villagers. The entire Wuxiang village had a much more favorable impression of Wang Chong and the others. Coupled with the fact that they had previously injured Wang Chong's villagers, they felt ashamed. As a result, they were even more friendly to Wang Chong and the others. This was also something that Wang Chong and the others did not expect. Thinking about the Wuxiang villagers' reclusive, xenophobic, and conservative character, it was extremely difficult to win their favor before the great calamity. Although the Wuxiang villagers were quite conservative, and it was difficult for them to open their hearts and embrace outsiders. But once they opened their hearts, they would treat you as one of their own. They were quite warm and friendly. That night, Wuxiang village held a grand banquet to celebrate the victory. Come. Drink. Eat big chunks of meat, drink big bowls of wine. Come. Ha ha ha, delicious, really delicious. The Wuxiang village was filled with cheers and laughter. All the guards were mingling with the Wuxiang villagers. On the table, there were all kinds of chicken, duck, fish, deer, roe deer, seafood, and all kinds of delicacies. Ah! Give me another bowl of rice. I've never eaten such delicious food. This is a duck. It's so soft. Our Wuxiang village should raise a whole flock of them. So this is a fish. It's so soft and smooth. It's really delicious. The Wuxiang villagers were all immersed in this feast. The Wuxiang villagers' diet was extremely simple and plain. These chicken, duck, fish, deer, roe deer, and seafood were naturally not from the Wuxiang villagers. This time, Wang Chong came to Wuxiang village prepared. For this trip to Wuxiang village, he did not only bring medicinal pills and Wujian grass to help the little girl. This time, when entering the mountains, everyone brought a few big boxes. The boxes were not filled with heavenly treasures, pearls, or gems, but the simplest ingredients, which were the chicken, duck, beef, pork, lamb, and roe deer. Not only that, Wang Chong even brought along a specially selected cook from the army cook's army. The poor Wuxiang villagers had always been trapped in the mountains. They usually ate kudzu vines and sealwort, so they had never eaten such delicious food before. This delicacy left the women and children of Wuxiang village drooling, their mouths dripping with oil. Even the adults, drinking the fine wine Wang Chong had brought from the outside world, felt so moved that they wanted to cry. Think about it, a group of people who had been eating plain food for decades, thinking that the best food in the world was sealwort or kudzu vines. Suddenly, they tasted delicious food that looked, smelled, and looked good. One could imagine how moved they were. Overnight, all the Wuxiang villagers' impression of Wang Chong and his group changed greatly. If the expedition was said to be based on the chief's opinion at the beginning, then now, everyone had a good impression of Wang Chong and his group from the bottom of their hearts. Come, cheers. We won't go home until we're drunk. Good brother, another bowl. Ha, one bowl is nothing. At least 3 bowls. If you follow our marquis, you will eat and drink well and conquer the world. That will be great. That's right. It's a waste to waste such good martial arts in this valley. You should follow us to conquer the world. That's what a man should do. This is called no discord, no concord. Actually, we want to. But the rules of the tribe are there, and no one can violate them. But now that the chief has agreed, everything is different. If you need me in the future, I will sign up. A real man, another cup. Chapter 7:13. Marquis is formidable. With this, our recruitment won't be a problem at all. On the plaza, the 2-meter-tall giant Li Sai was sitting next to Wang Chong. As he gazed at the roaring bonfires and the cheerful chatter, he suddenly whispered. At this moment, he was truly convinced of Wang Chong's abilities. He had personally experienced just how formidable the Wuxiang people were. Even if he personally took the field and took out his Wuxia steel sword, he still wouldn't be able to defeat the Wuxian people. In truth, no matter how powerful one was, it would still be very difficult to subdue the Wuxian people. The strength of these people could no longer be described as a village, a clan, or a tribe. But Li Sai had not expected that the problem that he had spent so much time and effort to accomplish would be easily solved by Wang Chang's arrival. He thought about how the Wuxian village chief had personally refused Wang Chong. But now, not only had he agreed to Wang Chang's request for the recruitment, the two sides had even become friends, enjoying the bonfires, eating large pieces of meat and drinking large bowls of wine. It was truly inconceivable. The more he interacted with Wang Chong, the more Li Sai sensed that Wang Chong was inconceivable. There seemed to be no problem in this world that he could not resolve. This was true in the War of the Southwest, and this was also true in Wuxian village. His abilities seemed to have no limits. Li Sai truly couldn't think of any problem in this world that could truly stump him. Of course, what convinced Li Sai the most was that Wang Chong had actually had people bring these ingredients for this operation. Marquis's decision to have people bring these ingredients was truly a wise one. I feel that these chickens, ducks, fish, beef, and mutton are even more useful than last night's operation. Li Sai sincerely said. The breadth of Wang Chang's thoughts was always unimaginable to others. For example, the Yuzhen Plateau spreading plague, or the destruction of the Mengshi granary at the final moments of the War of the Southwest, or Wang Chang's conquest of the Wuxian villagers while having his entourage bring so many chickens, ducks, fish, beef, and mutton. These seemingly useless or insignificant actions didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary at the time, but only after everything was over would one deeply understand just how deep and broad Wang Chang's thoughts were. Behind these seemingly ordinary actions, making them even more willing to prostrate themselves before him and follow him. Wang Chong just smiled indifferently and didn't say anything. Once I'm done here, I'll go to Steel City. I'll leave the matter of Wuxian village to you. In addition, I have arranged for a large amount of food to be sent to Wuxian village. 50 to 60,000 Wuxian people, relying on our food alone is far from enough. This general understands. I will definitely complete this task beautifully. Li Sai deferentially said. Then it's fine. Wang Chong smiled, patted Li Sai on the shoulder, and drained the bowl of Bamboo Grove hut. Then, under Li Sai's flabbergasted gaze, he put down the bowl and walked to the edge of the plaza, to a place where the light from the bonfires could not reach. Over there, a rock-like figure stood there, towering like a mountain range, silently guarding the darkness. Warrior, how should I address you? Wang Chong smiled. In the darkness, the stalwart figure glanced in surprise at Wang Chong, but he quickly looked away. After a long while, a muffled voice could be heard. Cui Piaoqi. Cui Piaoqi, a good name. Do you drink? My apologies, I can't drink because of my duty. Good. I truly can't drink because of my duty. But even if I can't drink now, it doesn't mean I can't drink at other times. This is a jar of wine I brought from outside. Take it. In the darkness, the sturdy figure finally raised his head, looking at the young man in front of him with some surprise. He seemed to be a little confused. There were so many people in Wuxian village, why did he find him, and why did he give him a jar of wine? Take this jar of wine, I won't disturb you anymore. Seeing that the man seemed to still have some resistance in his heart, Wang Chong finally said. All right. The man answered in a muffled voice, and finally took the jar of wine from Wang Chong's hand. At the moment he lowered his head, with the help of the light from the bonfires in the plaza, a few words were clearly written on the grayish-brown jar of wine, Overlord's Blaze. The man raised his head, and his eyes finally showed a hint of surprise. However, Wang Chong had already turned around with a carefree expression, and walked away into the distance. At that moment, no one knew that a complicated look flashed across Wang Chong's eyes. Some people can start over, but some things can never go back. You and I used to be indifferent to life and death, and we fought side by side on this broken land, fighting from the north to the south, and defending the common people. We were as close as brothers. But now, you and I don't know each other. I recognize you, but you don't remember me anymore. That jar of wine used to be our favorite strong drink back in the day. Take it as a tribute to our friendship back then. Time has passed, and although everything can't go back, in the end, our dreams are still the same, and that's enough. With this thought, Wang Chong quickly left Wuxiang village. Starting from Wuxiang village, going west for about 70 or 80 miles was Wang Chong's territory. At this very moment, there was a completely different scene that was bustling with activity. Crane, crane. Be careful, pay attention to the structure of all the parts. Everything has to be the same size, don't make a mistake. Raise it a little higher, raise it a little higher. Make sure that the second layer of the steel walls are aligned, or else they'll leave gaps. The eastern wall has been set up, and all the joints have been fitted. All craftsmen, pay attention. Begin pouring molten iron to reinforce the walls. Pay attention to the stair towers. The steel walls are very heavy, so reinforce them all. Teams 2, 3, 4, and 5, prepare to rest. Teams 17, 18, 19, and 20, prepare to ascend the towers. Hurry, hurry up and take turns resting. At this moment, more than 50,000 muscular craftsmen had gathered in the city of steel. They had come from various parts of the Tang dynasty, the great clans, and the common folk. All of them were working together, working on the walls like a swarm of ants. Wang Chong's fief was particularly large, and because it was located on the Silk Road to the northwest, it was rather desolate. Thus, after receiving instructions from the Bureau of Revenue, they made an exception and increased Wang Chong's fief by several times. In any case, it was a barren wasteland. If Wang Chong could really succeed, it would be of great benefit to the imperial court and the empire. This was because it could make the entire empire more prosperous. Moreover, Wang Chong was earning money from the Hu. And Wang Chong did not stand on ceremony. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he expanded the city to its greatest extent. This city was more than 10 times the size of the Lion City on the shore of the Arai. And the construction of this city required a massive amount of manpower. The 50,000 strong craftsmen were only the first wave. A second wave of 50,000 craftsmen was on the way to the city of steel, and in the future, there would be a third wave, a fourth wave. Just to ensure that these people were fed and housed, there were more than 30,000 logistics workers. Adding on the caravans transporting wood, steel, and other construction materials, the guards, and other miscellaneous workers, the city of steel now had more than 100,000 people. With such a large number of people, just organizing and arranging them was already a huge project. It wasn't something that ordinary people or powers could handle. But the city of steel was currently in an orderly state. All the craftsmen, logistics, guards, and transport teams, nearly 100,000 people were working together like precise instruments, constantly working together to construct this miraculous city of steel. Although the city of steel was still in the midst of construction, it had unquestionably become a legend in the world of craftsmen, attracting the attention of all the craftsmen in the world. There were even many people who had volunteered to join the construction, hoping to leave their sweat and footprints on this legendary city of steel. They wanted to brand their names on the city. As a craftsman, there was nothing more worthy of pride. Marquis, the initial materials have all arrived. The swordsmithing clans of the capital and the various prefectures of the Tang dynasty are all working to construct the steel modules we need. There are already more than 10,000 swordsmiths and sword shops helping us forge refined iron and steel modules. In addition, I've already dispatched people to the various swordsmiths, sword shops, and swordsmithing clans to control the quality of the refined iron. The city of steel is no small matter, and I don't want anything to happen to it. On the walls of the bustling city of steel, Zhang Shouji and Wang Chong stood side by side, confidently chatting. He held great expectations and enthusiasm for this city of steel. During this period of time, Zhang Shouji had been working day and night in Wuxiang, and he did not feel the slightest fatigue. It's been hard on you, but the city of steel still needs to be expedited. The terrain here is complex, and only by constructing the city as quickly as possible can we gain a foothold here. Wang Chong held his hands behind his back as he spoke to Zhang Shouji on the walls. Understood. Several groups of people have come to spy on us, day and night, without rest. I've already ordered the soldiers to step up their patrols and expand the perimeter to prevent them from approaching. Zhang Shouji sternly said. As the two were speaking, a shrill cry came from the sky, particularly ear-piercing in the bustling city of steel. Wang Chong and Zhang Shouji raised their heads and saw that high up in the sky, beneath the clouds, a tiny black dot was unfurling its wings and circling above the city of steel, circling again and again. And as he looked up, he saw that there were even more black dots circling above the city of steel. Screech! One voice after another rang out incessantly, and everyone's cries were different. Chapter 7:14. It seems like quite a few people are paying attention to the construction of our city, huh? Wang Chong smirked as he looked at the sky. It's not just these scouting birds. Starting from the first day, countless Western regioners, Turks, Uzan, Arabs, Karak-Spazinu, and Gogurians have been appearing around our fief every day. They've disguised themselves as jewelers from the western regions, horse traders, or even Arab sword merchants. They've been constantly monitoring our surroundings. We've already driven away quite a few groups, but there's still an endless stream of them. Zhang Shouji said. He glanced worriedly into the distance. Wang Chong's expression was calm as he followed Zhang Shouji's gaze. Sure enough, several li away, he could see tiny black figures standing on a low hill, looking in their direction. Marquis, should we form a team to drive away these people? Zhang Shouji said. There's no need. Wang Chong waved his hand, a carefree expression on his face. If someone is building a city, there will definitely be people paying attention. It's impossible to kill them all. As long as the Uzan, Turks, Arabs, and Karak-Spazinu want to, they'll send out an endless stream of scouts to gather information. Let's keep them. Wang Chong's demeanor was relaxed, and his expression exuded an aura of conviction. Whether it was the birds overhead or the scouts around them, they were nothing more than mosquito bites to Wang Chong. Since he dared to build a city here, he wasn't afraid of anyone coming to gather information. But Marquis, there's one more piece of news that this old man doesn't know if he should say. Zhang Shouji hesitated, a hint of apprehension and hesitation in his eyes. Oh. Wang Chong's eyes flashed. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Shouji subconsciously. After interacting with Zhang Shouji for so long and going through life and death situations together, the impression that Zhang Shouji gave him had always been that he was straightforward. He would never hesitate or worry so much. What's wrong? Is there anything you can't say in front of me? The Uzan, the Arabs, and the Turks can be ignored. After all, they're all within reason, but our position is far too unique. We're right at the intersection of their factions. But besides them, we've also discovered scouts from Baiting, Anxi, Qixi, and Longxi. Marquis, this isn't good for us. Zhang Shouji said, and the space between his brows was shrouded in deep worry. The Baiting Protectorate, the Anxi Protectorate, the Qixi Protectorate, and the Big Dipper army of Longxi, any member of the Tang dynasty would be keenly aware of the significance of these names. Wang Chong had made a name for himself in the War of the Southwest, so it was within reason that he had attracted the attention of these foreign kingdoms. But if Baiting, Anxi, Qixi, and Longxi had also sent scouts, then the situation was far from good. Wang Chong's brow creased as he fell silent. Baiting had An Sishun, Anxi had Gao Xianji, Qixi had Foman Linta, and Longxi had Geshu Han. These were all influential great generals of the empire, figures of the Big Dipper and the Big Dipper, wielding enormous influence in the military and the imperial court. It was already extremely difficult for an ordinary person to obtain the attention of even one of them, but Wang Chong had received the attention of 4 great generals at the same time. The regional commanders' incident. With a flash of understanding in Wang Chong's mind, he understood. These 4 great generals were usually far apart from each other and rarely interacted with each other in private. In truth, the empire strictly forbade these powerful great generals from colluding with each other in private. But even so, the 4 of them had one thing in common: in the regional commanders' incident, Wang Chong's memorial had thoroughly offended them. All 4 of them had submitted memorials to the imperial court requesting that Wang Chong be executed and that he be imprisoned in the imperial prison. They're settling accounts after the fall. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. During the regional commander's incident, he had been in the distant capital and had the protection of his clan. Not even Geshu Han, Fomen Linta, and the other great generals had been able to do much to him. But the situation was different now. He had come to Wuxiang and was establishing a fief and a city on the border of the 4 great generals. Given their tempers, it would be truly strange if they allowed him to build a city right under their noses. Although Wuxiang was close to the Silk Road, its geographical position was very unique. Several hundred li to its left was the edge of the Yuzhen Plateau, where the Yuzhen cavalry could descend. And to the northeast, 500 some li, was the border of the Western Turkic Khaganate, the territory of the Turkic Ishbara Khagan. Although it was 500 some li, this distance was nothing to cavalry. And if one followed the Silk Road to the northwest, one would reach the end of the road, where the Anxi Protectorate, commanded by Anxi Protector General Gao Xianji, was located. This road was far too important, so any attempt to build a city on the Silk Road would attract the attention of all sides. The imperial court had originally established the Qixi Protectorate here to fend off the Western Turkic Khaganate to the east and the Yuzhen Empire to the west. With the assistance of the Anxi Protector, the Biting Protectorate, and the Longxi Big Dipper army, it was completely capable of protecting the merchants traveling the Silk Road. But it just so happened that all these protector generals had been offended by Wang Chong. Now that Wang Chong was building a city in Wuxiang, it was hard to say if these protector generals would play any tricks. If the Yuzhen or Western Turks really did charge over, it was hard to say if these protector generals or great generals would help. It was even possible that these protector generals and great generals would intentionally let the Yuzhen and Turks pass. After all, no one could blame them for having such a long defensive line. These were all problems that Wang Chong had to consider. Relax, it won't be a big problem. To his surprise, Wang Chong grinned and quickly regained his composure. Since I dared to build a city in Wuxiang, I've made thorough preparations. In addition, the city of steel has only just been established and I've only just been made a marquis, so everyone is paying attention to this matter. Even if Geshu Han, Gao Xianji, Fomen Linta, and Sis Han have any ideas, they wouldn't dare to make any careless mistakes at a time like this. Otherwise, it would be too obvious. They're all great generals of the empire, powerhouses of the major powers. They wouldn't do something so childish. In this period of time, no matter how uncomfortable they are with us, no matter how dissatisfied they are with us, they have no choice but to help us guard the border. High status had its benefits, but it also had its restrictions. Gao Xianji, Geshu Han, Fomen Linta, and Sis Han were all great generals of the empire, but this also meant that their every action was being watched by everyone in the court. Thus, there were many things that could not be done, or at least, they could not be too obvious. This, truly is the case. Zhang Shouji nodded. After all, he was a master architect of the imperial palace and had interacted with many high officials and nobles, so he had a rough understanding of the politics of the court. He knew that what Wang Chong said was the truth. No matter how much the great generals and protector generals disliked and loathed Wang Chong, they had no choice but to endure for the time being. Not only did they have to endure, they also had to think of a way to protect him. Otherwise, if something happened, even the Holy Emperor would place the blame on them. After all, there were so many people who were watching over Wang Chang's fief. But even so, this is only the beginning. After we build a city in Wuxiang, it's still their territory. After this period of time, what should we do? Zhang Shouji said. The Silk Road was very long, very long. Wang Chang's decision to build a city here seemed very casual, but this was actually not the case. This was because the merchants of the Silk Road would only find a place to rest when they had a very long journey ahead of them, and when the road was barren and they couldn't find a place to rest. Thus, if Wang Chang's city wanted to gain the favor of these merchants, it could not be too close to a city or village. And there were not many places that satisfied this condition. And Wuxiang was the best of them all. First of all, it was very far from the capital, and the merchants would be very tired from the journey. Qixi was not far from Wuxiang, and not far from it was a vast desert. Qi was a desert, and this was where the name Qixi came from. The influence of the desert meant that the weather here was extremely dry, and it was easy for people to get tired. The most obvious of these was the need to replenish their water. This was the most essential requirement. If there was a city where one could rest and replenish their food and water, this was the dream of all merchants. On the other hand, even the merchants from the Abbasid Caliphate, Karak Spazinu, and the western regions would want to rest and replenish their energy. This was because it was a very long journey from here all the way to the capital of the Tang dynasty, and there was no place to replenish one's water. And the existence of Uzan and the Western Turkic Khaganate made Wang Chang's city of steel even more precious, as it provided a place of refuge for travelers. Thus, Wang Chang didn't have many choices about where he could establish his fief. Zhang Shouji knew of Wang Chang's ambitions, and he also knew that he wasn't building a city here just to make some money. Lion City in the southwest had already proved this. Anyone who believed that Wang Chong was only doing this to make money was truly a fool. Mengshi Zhao had clearly been one such fool. But everything had a price. Since Wang Chong had decided to build a city here, he had no choice but to consider the dangers involved. Haha, relax. We'll deal with soldiers with arms and flood with earth. I've already taken care of everything. As long as we can endure the first stage, I'll give them a great surprise. Wang Chong patted Zhang Shouji on the shoulder, unconcerned. In Wuxian village, Li Sai had already begun to recruit soldiers. Wang Chong had already taught him all the training methods for the Wuxian cavalry. He would remain in Wuxian village for a very long time. Only when he had completed the most basic training would he leave Wuxian village and come to the city of steel. In truth, Wang Chong was already beginning to look forward to the first cry of the Wuxian cavalry in this world. Zhang Shouji was perplexed. Wang Chong's plans were always far in advance. Even though he had followed Wang Chong for so long, he still couldn't understand what Wang Chong was relying on. But despite his doubts, there was one thing that Zhang Shouji could be sure of. Wang Chong had already taken care of everything. This was the most important thing. Chapter 7:15. I understand. Leave the matter of the city to me. Zhang Shouji solemnly said. Wang Chong nodded, a smile on his face. Raising his head to the sky, he saw several large blue birds unfurling their wings and flying over the city of steel. Recently, with Wang Chong's appearance, more and more birds had been flying over the city of steel to scout the area. Wang Chong shook his head, unconcerned. Faintly smiling, he began to head off to another location. Gallop. But not even Wang Chong noticed that while he was heading off, in the northern part of the city of steel, 5 or 6 li away, a fully armored horseman gave Wang Chong a profound glance, and then suddenly turned around and began to head northwest. It's time to report to Milord. The warhorse neighed, and the cavalryman with the distinct characteristics of the Hu left a trail of dust as he quickly vanished into the distance. They advanced along the official road leading to the western regions. After several hundred miles, the cavalry left the official road and turned into a magnificent dark golden hull. Qixi Protectorate. Raising his head, he could see a massive black plaque hanging high above the entrance to the dark golden hall. 5 words were clearly written on it. This was the famed Qixi Protectorate, the place that had repelled the Uzan to the east and the Western Turkic Khaganate to the west, the most crucial place in the path of the Tang dynasty to the western regions. Wang Chong had established a fief and a city in Wuxiang, and the closest one was the Qixi Protectorate. He clearly knows that Qixi is my territory, but he still dares to establish a fief and a city here. He truly is bolder than the heavens. It's only been a year. Does he really think that we've forgotten about the regional commander's incident? In the vast hall, a stalwart black figure sat upright on a hollowed-out metal throne like a crouching tiger or a coiled dragon, and his entire body emitted a powerful aura that was vast like the ocean. Foman Linta was the most powerful protector general in the northwest of the Tang dynasty. Although the Qixi Protectorate was not the front line, the Anxi Protectorate, Biting Protectorate, and Longxi's Big Dipper army were the most reliable and capable of providing timely reinforcements, whether it be the Anxi Protectorate, Biting Protectorate, or Longxi's Big Dipper army. Moreover, Fuman Lingcha's existence allowed the 3 protectorates to avoid fighting on multiple fronts and being attacked from the front and rear. To put it simply, Foman Linta controlled an important throat. Because of this unique characteristic, not even Gao Xianji, Geshu Han, or Sis Han, these influential great generals of the empire, dared to offend him. Moreover, Foman Linta was extremely old and experienced, and he had made his name long before Gao Xianji, Geshu Han, and Sis Han. His prestige among the Hu was extremely high, similar to Zhang Shogui and Wang Zhongxi's status among the Han. Thus, when Foman Linta made his appeal, so many Hu generals had responded, submitting memorials to the regional commander's incident to have Wang Chong executed. But Foman Linta had never imagined that in just a year, this culprit had not only failed to flee far away from him, but had even dared to open a city right under his nose. This was no longer just audacity and impudence, but naked provocation and humiliation. Not even Geshu Han or Sis Han would dare to act so impudently, but this was precisely what the youngest son of the Wang clan was doing. "Milord, that youngest son of the Wang clan has just been made a marquis and has also been bestowed a courtesy name by the Son of Heaven. He's at the height of his success. Moreover, the fief was approved by the imperial court and the Holy Emperor. With these 2 swords of authority, it will be very difficult for us to do anything to him." In the hall, to Fuman Lingcha's left, a burly Hu general spoke. Wangchang city was built at Wuxiang, only several hundred li from Qixi. The most unhappy were probably not protector generals and great generals like Foman Linta, but the Hu generals fighting on the border. Although the Holy Emperor had still passed the regional commander's incident, the time it would take to carry it out had been greatly reduced. Moreover, compared to the original contents, the authority and status of the regional commanders had been greatly reduced, and they could no longer be considered true regional commanders. Because of this matter, all the Hu generals on the border were gnashing their teeth, hating Wang Chong to the bone. This was because Wang Chong had not only harmed protector generals like Foman Linta, but also the path forward for all the Hu. After all, imperial great generals like Foman Linta would have to abdicate sooner or later, and all the Hu generals would have a chance to take their place. All the Hu generals wanted to kill Wang Chong's appearance in Qixi, but the only problem was that the imperial court was a threshold they could not cross. Back then, I wasn't even afraid of the white-clothed Arabian Mokaha, so why would I be afraid of a brat who's still wet behind his ears? So what if he has a fief decree from the imperial court? So what if Wang Jiuling was once the prime minister of the Tang dynasty? Qixi is my territory. Do you think I can't take care of him? Foman Linta sat boldly on his throne, his eyes exuding a cold and sharp light that chilled the bones. Then milord means, the general next to him widened his eyes and hurriedly asked. The construction of a city is time-consuming and exhausting. It'll take at least 2 or 3 years to complete. Even if his city of steel is fast, it'll still take 7 or 8 months. He's currently in the limelight, so I'll give him 2 months to focus on the construction. After 2 months, even if he's in the limelight, it'll be over. At that time, it'll be time for us to strike. Fomenlinta viciously glared at the general next to him. In addition, send a letter to Geshu Han and Insis Han. I'm sure that the two of them will be very interested in that brat. With these final words, Fomenlinta's eyes became extremely profound. Flap flap. A pigeon descended through the open window and into Big Dipper City. In an elegant and quiet study. The study was lined with bookshelves, and the shelves were piled high with scriptures, histories, biographies, collections, and some ancient books. A crane-shaped cauldron stood in the corner, exhaling a thick sandalwood fragrance that permeated the study, making the place seem ancient, quiet, and elegant. If one had not seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it very difficult to believe that a study like this could exist on the front lines of the empire, a place where wars were frequent. You've come. A gentle and dignified voice came from the room. An arm stretched out. The 5 fingers were slender and pure white, and at the same time, they contained boundless power. With a light pinch, a letter was extracted from the pigeon's leg. Upon opening the letter, there were only a few simple words: Wang Chong has arrived in Wuxiang. As expected. Geshu Han appeared unsurprised, and with a shake of his finger, the letter shattered and scattered onto the table. Lord Protector General, what should we do next? A deep voice came from behind Geshu Han. Around 3 paces away, a Big Dipper army general was standing there, waiting for some time. That Wang Chong is now the young marquis of the imperial court, and the entire world knows that the Son of Heaven has bestowed him a courtesy name. Do we really have to move against him? And from a certain perspective, that brat actually helped us out in the War of the Southwest. Do we really have to deal with him? What do you think? Geshu Han calmly replied without turning his head. Behind him, the Big Dipper army general was taken aback. He didn't expect Geshu Han to ask such a question. The Wang clan is currently in the limelight, and it has that relationship with the King of Song. It truly isn't wise to deal with them now. Moreover, that brat was too disrespectful to Lord Protector General in the regional commander's incident. Even now, our brothers still have some complaints about him. In addition, he could have built his fief anywhere, but he chose to build it in Wuxiang right under our noses. This is simply too disrespectful to Milord. If we don't teach him a lesson, let alone Milord, even our brothers won't be able to take it lying down. In addition, Chishi's Fomenlinta has also sent a letter to Milord, hoping that we can work together with him to put some pressure on that Wang Chong. If we don't do anything, given how close we are, Fomenlinta will probably have some complaints about us as well. The Big Dipper army general said. It seems like you understand. Geshu Han put down the spring and autumn annals in his left hand and stood up from his desk. His back was ramrod straight, and invisible waves of energy roiled around him. An aura as vast as the mountains and seas exuded from his body. At this moment, Geshu Han was looking up to a lofty mountain. Even the general behind him had slightly lowered his head in respect. Wuxiang's geographical location is unique. How can it be that easy for him to build a city there and take advantage of it? Moreover, the War of the Southwest is for the empire, but the construction of Wuxiang is for private interests. These are 2 separate matters, so there's no need to worry. Besides, if he doesn't have the ability to establish a foothold in Wuxiang, we might actually be helping him by pressuring him a little. Isn't that a good thing as well? That way, he'll understand that the world isn't as easy as he thinks. Geshu Han indifferently said. Milord's words are reasonable. The bearded Big Dipper army general nodded obediently. However, his eyelids suddenly twitched, and as if recalling something, he hurriedly exclaimed, "That's right. But, Milord, Wuxiang City isn't just his problem. He's also pulled in nearly 80% of the great clans of the capital. If we move now, we'll offend nearly all of them." Upon hearing those words, the Big Dipper army general frowned in deep melancholy. Meanwhile, the confident and carefree Geshu Han couldn't help but frown and fall silent. The study was eerily still. It had been some time since the construction of Wangchang's city of steel began, but no one had made any major moves. It wasn't because of the Wang clan's influence and status, but because of the 80% of the great clans in the capital that Wang Chong had bound to his war chariot. In the many years that the Tang dynasty had developed, these great clans were no longer ordinary clans. Their influence extended deep into the court, the military, and the prefectures of the empire. They represented the strongest factions of the empire. Chapter 7:16. No matter how powerful the Wang clan was, it was just one clan. Moreover, as the Big Dipper Great General guarding the Longxi border, someone of Geshu Han's status really did not need to fear the Wang clan. At the very least, if someone of Geshu Han's status were to side with King Qi, the Wang clan would have a massive headache. But the great clans of the 8 cities of the capital, no one in the Tang dynasty would dare to believe that. Once 80% of the great clans rejected one would have no place to stand in the Tang dynasty. Not even Geshu Han dared to think about such a thing. This was also the reason why the great generals found the situation troublesome. Wang Chong had built a city in Wuxia and had pulled in the great clans to endorse him, giving them a major problem. "My lord," a voice at Geshu Han's ear brought him back to his senses. 2 months. Give them 2 months. Geshu Han half closed his eyes, but it only took a moment for them to return to normal. The great clans of the 8 cities of the capital were a massive force. Offending them for no reason was not a wise move. However, if he were the sort of person who would retreat in the face of difficulties, he would never have been able to oversee Longxi and sit on the position of Big Dipper Great General, much less block the millions of Uzun cavalry. Without that resolute and lofty character and his unflinching drive, he would never have been able to achieve his status as the god of death in the hearts of the fierce and valiant Uzun people. 2 months is the limit I've given them. This is a dispute between me and the Wang clan. In 2 months, those great clans of the capital should understand this point. At that time, they can't blame me. Geshu Han raised his head, his gaze looking past the open window, past the city walls, to the towering Uzun plateau. At this moment, his eyes were sharp and vicious. Neigh! The neighing of the warhorses resounded through the grassland. The construction of Wuxia's city of steel had attracted far more than just the Hu generals of the Great Tang. To the northwest of the city of steel, 600 to 700 li away, the grass swayed, reaching the hooves of horses, and the crisp neighing of horses echoed far and wide. The eagle flies and the grass grows. It's another harvest season. A strange voice spoke in the language of the Western Turkic Khaganate. On the edge of this land, 2 muscular Turkic steeds were riding side by side. On the backs of these steeds were 2 Turkic men dressed in wolf pelts and brimming with a savage aura. From the snow-white fox furs around their necks, it was clear that they had significant status in the Western Turkic Khaganate. Yeah. The 8th great general of the Tang dynasty, the young Marquis, the disciple of the Son of Heaven of the Tang dynasty, the great Khan had already declared that no matter what, they had to find a way to keep him here. If we can kill him, it will be another season of harvest. The other Turkic nobleman next to the man agreed. Both of them had sharp eyes as they looked in the direction of the southwest. There, they could clearly see thick black smoke rising from the horizon, piercing through the clouds. Although they couldn't see anything, they knew that the place where the black smoke was rising was the city being built by the 8th great general of the Tang dynasty. Truly a pity. Such a young and promising star has fallen so quickly. The Turkic nobleman on the right clicked his tongue, but there was no pity on his face. On the contrary, there was a hint of cruel anticipation. If he hadn't killed so many of Meng Shizhao's people in the south, Meng Shizhao's crown prince wouldn't have secretly sent so much gold to the Khagan for his father's sake. If he was just passing by and came here to play, that would have been fine. But he just had to build a city here. Isn't that just seeking death? Even without the matter with Crown Prince Meng Shizhao, the Khagan wouldn't have let him off just because he built that city. Since he's seeking death, he can't blame anyone else. It seems that this person isn't as formidable as the rumors say. The Khagan has already sent word that the Biting Protectorate is no longer as strict as it was before. The taller Turkic man on the left, clearly of higher status, pressed his hand against the back of his horse. What does Nsishun want? Does this traitor who betrayed his own ancestors have some other scheme? The Turkic nobleman on the right said, his eyes twitching. He seemed rather uneasy at this news, but he was also filled with loathing. Fomenlinta and Gao Xianji could be put aside, but Nsishun was a true Hu of pure Turkic blood. The Turks had the greatest understanding of other Turks. The Tang dynasty had used this method to defend against the Western Turkic Khaganate, and the Turks of both the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates loathed this method. In the Eastern and Western Turkic Khaganates, Nsishun had long ago become their #1 target, and they had even dispatched Hu to assassinate him and poison him countless times. You're thinking too much. The Turkic leader on the left lightly pinched the eagle ring on his left finger and waved his hand, indicating that his comrade should relax. The Biting Protectorate's front line directly opposite the Khagan's tent is still as solid as ever. The only places that are truly relaxed are the southwest. This isn't the first time we've fought with Biting, and everyone in the tent knows that Nsishun is pointing us in the right direction. At the start, the Great Khan and I didn't understand. But when we discovered that the new young Marquis of the Tang dynasty was building a city there, everything became clear. This Nsishun wants to use our hands to deal with his enemies. I heard that Nsishun had a sworn brother who was bullied in the capital of the Tang dynasty and almost died there. It seems that this was indeed the case. The people of the Tang dynasty love infighting, and even those traitors within it are the same. Isn't this my chance? The Turkic nobleman on the right said. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. Cree! Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp whistle came from the sky. The two of them stopped laughing and raised their heads to look at the sky. High in the sky, beneath the blazing sun, a tiny black speck as small as a speck of dust was hanging there. This was a height that many birds could only dream of, and even arrows would find it difficult to reach. It's Fomenlinta's rock eagle. He's truly cautious. The Turkic leader on the left sneered as he reached behind him and took a golden bow that was taller than a man. Knocking an arrow to the bow, he aimed at the black speck in the sky and fired. Twang! The earth rumbled. The arrow was like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through layers of space. It left behind a long white wave of air as it shot high into the sky. In the next moment, there was a mournful cry. High up in the sky, in a place that was more than twice the range of an ordinary arrow, a giant rock eagle was pierced through by an arrow. Then, along with the arrow, it exploded into pieces, leaving not a single feather behind. Let's go. The Turkic leader on the left looked up at the sky and sneered. He quickly turned around and called out to the Western Turkic nobleman beside him, and the two quickly vanished into the vast steppe. The tinkling of the bells drifted far, far away on the grassland. In Wuxiang in the northwest, Wang Chong was far from being the only guest. Behind him, wave after wave of people arrived at this place from thousands of miles away. These people included craftsmen, guards, and members of the great clans. Wang Chong. As Wang Chong and Zhang Shouji were patrolling the walls, a familiar voice came from the distance. A young woman, dressed in snow-white clothes and valiant and heroic bearing, was riding a large horse in Wang Chong's direction. Next to her was a budding woman, a red-tasseled spear on her back, her entire body as red as blood. She seemed like a blazing flame as she rode alongside her. By Siling. Zhao Yadong. Wang Chong's eyes flashed, a look of surprise on his face. Why have you come? Don't think that we can't find you just because you're hiding here. And don't forget, our Bai clan and Zhao clan both have a share in this city of steel. Can't we come to supervise the construction of the city? Bai Xiling slightly tilted her head, her gaze on Wang Chong brimming with hostility. This. Marquis, I remember that I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Zhang Shouji felt that something was wrong and hurriedly left. You're leaving a little too quickly. Wang Chong stared in a daze at Zhang Shouji's back and bitterly smiled. Coming back to his senses, he began to walk toward Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong. Wang Chong naturally knew why the two of them had appeared here. When he had first sought help from Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong, the two of them had agreed without even thinking about it. The Bai and Zhao clans had believed that he had some grand plan, so they had given him their full support. But they had probably never imagined that he was only doing it to repair the road. Thus, once this matter was exposed, one could easily imagine why Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong had appeared. Did your clan make things difficult for you? Wang Chong jumped down from the wall and went to greet them. Humph, at least you have a little conscience. Now you finally know to ask. But since that's the case, why didn't you make it clear back at Taibai Pavilion? Bai Xiling dismounted, grabbed the reins, and led the horse forward. She gave Wang Chong a fierce glare. But even so, the pout in her eyes was far more coquettish than reproach. Zhao Yedong coldly watched from the side, but she was inwardly roaring with laughter. Wang Chong, you're not loyal at all. Xiling and I were really screwed over by you this time. You were pretty smart, running to Wuxiang ahead of time. Xiling and I couldn't run, so we were pestered by the clan elders for more than half a month. Zhao Yedong also walked over, leading her warhorse. It's my fault this time, so I've specially prepared 2 gifts for you as an apology. Shenan, bring them up. Wang Chong called out to the back and made a gesture. Yes, Marquis. A loud voice came from the distance. Chapter 7:17. Gift? Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong glanced at each other, speechless. It was clear that neither of them had expected Wang Chong to make such a move. Very soon, the two of them turned around and looked at the soldier who was carrying the 2 cages. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Wang Chong had not given them a gift yet, so the two couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. The soldier quickly rushed over and placed the cages on the ground. These are Persian cats. The two pulled back the silk cloth and saw 2 furry and pure white creatures inside. Their eyes brightened and their faces lit up. Wang Chong had actually given them 2 of the most popular Arabian Persian cats in the capital. In the capital, from the princes and dukes of the imperial household to the nobility, all the women of the officials and the young ladies of the great clans loved the Arabian Persian cats the most. These Persian cats had docile and clingy personalities, making them extremely likable. As a result, they became the new favorites of the women of the officials and the young ladies of the wealthy clans. However, Arabia was tens of thousands of li from the capital, and Persian cats were far too precious to be tossed about. Thus, the majority of them died on the journey. As a result, there was no market for them in the capital, and a single cat was hard to find. And of all the Persian cats, the pure-colored Persian cats raised especially for the imperial household were the most respected and were known as the imperial Persian cats. The 2 Arabian Persian cats that Wang Chong had found for them were snow white without a single blemish. Their pupils were also very special, one deep blue and the other amber. With a single glance, one could not help but want to pull them into one's embrace. They were the most precious royal Persian cats. The two had only seen them once at Princess Ni Huang's place, and neither of them had expected Wang Chong to give them such a special gift. So cute. So pretty. Look, it's still using its paws to wash its face and scratch its beard. Yeah, look, it's actually licking my hand. Huh, it's so itchy. Both of their attention fell on the Persian cats in the cage. They squatted on the ground and kept playing with them. As for Wang Chong, he was momentarily forgotten by them. Although Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong appeared valiant and heroic, and were known as heroines, different from the delicate women of the boudoir, they were still girls in the end. They also liked those furry and cute little pets. Wang Chong had done the right thing by catering to his needs. Fortunately, I made the right choice this time. Wang Chong smiled inwardly when he saw this. He had asked Yang Hongchang to bring these 2 Persian cats of the Arabian royal family from Talas. Yang Hongchang had operated on the Silk Road for many years and knew quite a few Arab merchants. Those Persian cats were very difficult for others to obtain, but they were no problem for Yang Hongchang. The Arabs were innately skilled merchants, and as long as the price was right, they could even obtain a royal Persian cat. That's right, Wang Chong, don't Persian cats die very easily? And they're not used to the climate of the Tang dynasty. Just how did you get them? A moment later, seemingly recalling something, Bai Xiling stood up with the white Persian cat in her arms and gazed at Wang Chong curiously. Give me 100,000 taels and I'll tell you the answer. Wang Chong teased. Bastard. Bai Xiling's eyebrows rose as she prepared to strike. Alright, don't hit me. I'll tell you. Persian cats love cleanliness, so their cages must be cleaned promptly, and they have to be very clean. If they're not clean, they won't eat. In addition, they need to be occasionally squeezed out some grass juice. Wang Chong chuckled. Persian cats loved cleanliness even more than humans, and from a certain perspective, they were a sort of misophobe. Not many people knew about this, and the people who sold Persian cats were mostly greasy merchants who didn't take enough care of them. This was why so many Persian cats were dying. If they knew about this, it would be much easier to sell Persian cats. After settling the 2 cats, the guards from the 2 clans that Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong had brought were also arranged to join the City of Steel's defense forces. On this trip to Wuxiang, Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong had brought many experts from their clans. The combined forces of their 2 clans numbered more than 500. This was quite a powerful support. The Zhao and Bai clan's support for Wang Chong was self-evident. That's right, Wang Chong, you've prepared everything, so why didn't you put all your effort into building the city? Why did you build those buildings and inns instead? Bai Xiling couldn't help but ask after circling the city once. That's right, this city is too big. Such a large place is bound to take a lot of time and effort to build. How come you don't seem the least bit worried? Zhao Yadong chimed in. As the 2 strolled around with Wang Chong for so long, they gradually began to notice a strange phenomenon. Wang Chong's City of Steel had clearly slowed down after building the lowest foundation and the first floor. A large number of people had been sent into the city to build inns, restaurants, and tea houses for traveling merchants. This seemed very abnormal. Moreover, Wang Chong, as the master of this city, did not seem to be in the slightest bit worried. This made the 2 feel very strange. The 2 did not want to pressure Wang Chong, but there were times when they had to give an account to their clans. Moreover, the 2 had come this time to probe Wang Chong and also to see how the construction of the city was progressing. After all, the Zhao and Bai clans had invested a great deal of money into Wang Chong's City of Steel, paying a great price in blood. To do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. Relax, the construction of this city will be completed much faster than you imagine. Wang Chong grinned. How could Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong's thoughts be hidden from him? When the 2 spoke, their expressions were clearly distressed. They had clearly been forced. Everyone had their own difficulties, and it was already quite good that Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong had helped him this far. Wang Chong naturally would not make things difficult for them. And you can tell your clans that the benefits the Zhao and Bai clans will obtain will be far greater than they imagined. In addition, this city will be completed in a month. Wang Chong said. Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong stared in shock at Wang Chong. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Wang Chong, but that this City of Steel was still an embryo, far from completion. Moreover, the construction of a city was time-consuming and laborious. It would already be quite impressive if it could be completed in a year. And Wangchang's city was much larger than an ordinary city. Even though they were Wang Chang's closest friends, the two of them still felt that completing this city in a month was a fantasy. Wang Chong looked at their questioning gazes, a strange smile on his lips, but he did not reply. Facts spoke louder than words. In a month, the two of them would no longer think that he was exaggerating. Moreover, at that time, even Geshu Han and Foman Linta will be shocked. Wang Chong inwardly chuckled to himself as he gazed at the sky. The city of steel had been making such a huge ruckus, but Foman Linta, Geshu Han, Gao Xianji, and Sis Hun had still not made a move. They had only sent a few scouts to investigate, but they had done nothing else. This was rather abnormal. Wang Chong was well aware of what these great generals were planning, but alas, they would not have the chance. Time slowly passed, and 10 days later, the second batch of 50,000 craftsmen and experts from the great clans arrived to reinforce the city of steel. The second batch of components forged by the sword smiths and sword shops of the various provinces of the Tang dynasty had all arrived. On the same night, once all the rock eagles, gerfalcons, eagles, and storks in the sky had dispersed, all the scouts lingering around the city of steel and the Arab and Carrick Spazinu spies disguised as merchants had left, Wang Chong finally began his plan. Boom! In the darkness, the earth quaked. With Wang Chong's order, a blazing furnace spat out from the northeast corner of the city of steel, and then a second, a third, a fourth. Tens of thousands of blazing furnace fires began to spread from the northeast corner of the city of steel to every corner of the city of steel. In the end, the blazing furnace fires illuminated the city of steel as if it were daytime. Begin. On the southern wall, Zhang Shouji stood shoulder to shoulder with Wang Chong, his expression grim. He swung down one arm, and boom! The heaven-shaking clattering of steel came from all around. All the 100,000 craftsmen and all the soldiers stationed around the city of steel stopped what they were doing and joined in the construction of the walls. From the moment Zhang Shouji had first arrived in Wuxiang, a sea of steel modules had already gathered around the city. After these modules had been used to construct the foundation of the city, they had not been touched. The majority of the craftsmen began to devote themselves to the construction of the restaurants, inns, and tea houses in the city. But at this moment, as if it had been premeditated, all the craftsmen began to move the steel modules and began to collectively construct the city like ants. Clang! The first hammer fell, sending sparks flying and echoing far into the darkness. Tens of thousands of modules of the city of steel began to rise in the darkness. In this period of time, all the craftsmen had become familiar with the blueprints and construction methods, and now, all of this was beginning to show its power. Boom! 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 The clattering of steel shook the heavens, converging into a tide. In the light of the furnace, the tens of thousands of modules of the city of steel were neatly constructed like fish scales, following some sort of pattern. The nearly 100,000 craftsmen worked together like a single person, all of them working together like a massive and intricate machine, constructing the city with astonishing speed. On the wall, Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong were left slack-jawed by this majestic and spectacular construction, as well as the formidable ability to coordinate and command. Impossible! Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong both came from great clans, extremely ancient clans with a long history. In terms of strength and resources, they far surpassed the great clans of the capital. With this background, one could easily imagine the breadth of knowledge and horizons of Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong. But not even Bai Xiling and Zhao Yadong had ever seen such a majestic sight. More than 100,000 people working in uniform, even more organized than an army. This was unimaginable in the great clans. Chapter 719. Xiling, is what I'm seeing real? Zhao Yadong muttered, a deep shock in her eyes. I also want to ask you the same question. The shock in Bai Siling's eyes was no less than Zhao Yadong's. As the two looked on, the tens of thousands of steel modules were neatly arranged. Amidst the flickering flames of the furnace, they were about to complete the 3-meter-tall first floor of the City of Steel. And not even 15 minutes had passed. This had completely overturned their understanding of civil engineering and city construction. Ready. Second team, get ready. Pour the molten iron. Hurry. Everyone else, get out of the way. Cranes. Begin construction of the modules. A series of shouts came from all over the city. More than 100,000 people were divided into nearly 1,000 groups. Each group was commanded by an experienced craftsman leader. They worked side by side, yet they were extremely orderly and coordinated with each other. Anyone who saw this scene would be deeply shocked. Because what was being displayed here was a concept and skill that far surpassed the level of this era in terms of city construction. In the darkness of the night, the City of Steel was bustling with activity, and no one knew what was going on outside of this place. Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong stood on the walls, fierce winds howling over them. As they looked at the distant figures of Wang Chong and Zhang Shouji, a strange light flashed through their eyes. A focused man was the most charming. At this moment, Wang Chong stood motionless on the walls, his mind completely focused on the construction of the city. But that image of him devising strategies, of him giving orders, of him always having the overall situation in his grasp, had been deeply imprinted in the minds of the two, stirring their hearts. At this moment, the two of them felt that there was nothing in this world that Wang Chong could not do. I understand. In truth, he's been intentionally slowing down the construction in order to numb those people. Zhao Yadong's eyes rippled as she suddenly spoke. He's been waiting for those people to let down their guard, and also waiting for the steel modules and craftsmen to arrive. Everyone was fooled by him. As Bai Siling spoke, there was no hint of blame on her face. Instead, there was a deep sense of pride and satisfaction, as if she was the one who had done all of this. This little bastard. This night was destined to be a difficult one for many forces. Early in the morning, the east gradually brightened and the sun rose. As usual, the first warhorse galloped toward Wang Chong's City of Steel, stirring up a cloud of dust. He had been doing this kind of reconnaissance for more than a month and was already extremely familiar with it. The construction of the city is time-consuming and laborious. Without a year or two, it's impossible to complete. I don't know when I'll stop going back and forth like this every day. The rider on horseback muttered to himself. Although reconnaissance was a scout's job and there was nothing to complain about, this was not a battlefield. Every day, they would go to the same place, observe the same things, and give the same answers. This kind of life continued day after day. Even the most experienced scout would find it extremely boring and unbearable. I hope that after a while, I can be transferred to another place. Even the front lines are better than this kind of boring work. I don't want to be stuck here for 2 years. With this thought in mind, the rider urged his horse forward and galloped toward the place he had been observing. The City of Steel was extremely heavily guarded, with several thousand soldiers gathered there. Moreover, these were probably elites who had fought with Uzun and Meng Shizhao in the War of the Southwest. These were true experts. If a conflict occurred, it would be extremely troublesome. Thus, everyone did their best to avoid conflict with them, keeping their distance. In any case, scouts never needed to run right under their noses. Many people had come here to scout, and this place had already become the heart of the empire. The Gogurians, Turks, Western Regioners, Uzun, Arabs, Karak Spazinu, all of them had come, all of them disguised as normal people. This would have never been possible in the interior of the Tang dynasty, but in Chishi, which was close to the western regions and bordered the territories of Uzun and the Western Turkic Khaganate, it was far too normal. Because there were so many people, one had to choose a place in advance. The knight on horseback chose a low hill for himself. From the height of the warhorse, there was no better place to observe. But when the rider rode toward the hill he frequented as usual, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. As he faced the morning sun, he could faintly make out the shadow of a mountain range. This is. The eyelids of the knight on horseback twitched, and he immediately felt somewhat astonished. After more than a month of scouting, he had become extremely familiar with the geography of Wuxiang. The area where Wang Chong had established his fief was flat and devoid of any protrusions. The only protrusions were the low hills beneath his feet. Other than that, he couldn't remember any other mountain range. What's going on here? Am I hallucinating? The knight on horseback was astonished, but in the next moment, he finally raised his head. However, it was also at this moment that he finally saw the truth of the mountain, and also saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Facing the rising sun, amidst the light and breeze, a massive, majestic city of steel appeared on the horizon. Unlike what he had seen before, this city of steel was more than 6 meters tall, the height of 3 men. The shiny metal walls were smooth and precipitous. It was a seamless whole, giving off a feeling that it was as unshakable as a mountain. And in the light of the morning sun, the rider could clearly see the billowing smoke and the hundreds of thousands of craftsmen, densely packed together like ants, laboring on the walls, constantly raising, thickening, and reinforcing the walls of the city of steel. This is impossible. The knight on horseback had an excited look on his face. He abruptly widened his eyes as he looked at the scene before him in extreme shock. He had only been gone for a single night, but a massive city more than 6 meters tall had appeared out of nowhere. One night. Just one night. Moreover, a 6-meter-tall city of steel could already be considered a very basic and large-scale fortification. Whether it was warhorses or bows, they could all be used to defend. The only drawback was that if the enemy was prepared and brought siege ladders, they could still climb over the 6-meter-high wall. But 6 meters. This number was like a miracle. In a single night, the entire city of steel had undergone a massive transformation. Now, even if an army were to attack, Wang Chang's city of steel would still be able to mount a basic defense. And what was even more ridiculous was that this 6-meter-tall steel fortress was still being strengthened. It wouldn't be long before it reached 9 meters. No. I have to quickly report this to milord. The horseman's heart chilled and his entire body trembled. In the space of a single night, a 6-meter-tall fortress of steel had appeared in Wuxiang. As a scout, this was a severe dereliction of duty. Hiya! Galloping sounds could be heard as the rider on the horse hurriedly turned the horse around and headed back in the direction they came from. Behind him, the scouts and scouts of the other factions had also arrived. In Nei's voice, the warhorse neighed in fright. This is impossible. How could there be such a thing? No one can do it. One night. Just how did they do it? Something must have gone wrong. I must have overlooked something. Cries of alarm came from behind him. It was clear that he was not the only one who had been alarmed by this city. Bang! A palm slammed down on the metal table, causing the earth to quake and the entire Qixi Protectorate headquarters to sway as if it was on the verge of collapse. What did you say? In a single night, that brat built a city more than 2 zhang tall. Fomenlinta's furious voice thundered through the entire protectorate. You actually thought that I would believe it? Are you out of your mind? You dare to spout such nonsense in front of me. Upon receiving the scout's report, Fomenlinta's first reaction was disbelief. No one could build a city at such a speed. This was impossible. Not even a skilled craftsman like Liu Ban would be able to do it. Milord, this subordinate speaks the truth, not the slightest falsehood. That youngest son of the Wang clan truly did manage to uproot a city more than 2 zhang tall in a single night. That city is still standing there. The knight kneeled on the ground in fear and trepidation, but before he could finish speaking, bang. A massive wave of energy swept over him, sending him flying out of the Qixi Protectorate headquarters. Bastard thing! Scout again for me! Fomenlinta's rage seemed to want to tear apart the sky, and all the soldiers of the Qixi Protectorate were trembling before Fomenlinta's rage. In all their years of service with the Protector General, this was the first time they had seen him so angry. Gallop! In a cloud of dust outside the Qixi Protectorate headquarters, the knight who had been sent flying by Fomenlinta mounted his horse and galloped toward Wangchang's city of steel. Longxi, Big Dipper City. It was rather late by the time Geshu Han received the news, but when the messenger pigeon flew into the tower, it still caused quite a stir in Big Dipper City. "Milord, this is impossible. How is it possible for someone to create a city overnight? Could it be a false report from the scouts?" In Geshu Han's study, a deputy general of the Big Dipper army slammed the letter in his hand onto the table. Absurd. A single night isn't even enough to water the city walls. Did our scout get drunk? He actually sent back this sort of news. Another Big Dipper army general by the side chimed in. Their first reaction upon receiving this news was not shock, but that they had been fooled. Chapter 720. In the army, intelligence was of utmost importance, and the most basic requirement for intelligence was accuracy. As the elite army of the Tang dynasty, the Big Dipper army had used tens of thousands of soldiers to stop Wuxian's army of several 100,000, preventing them from advancing eastward. As such, the requirements for intelligence were even more stringent. For the scouts at the front lines to send back such ridiculous information, they could already be severely punished according to military law. This was also why the generals were so furious. "Milord, who was that scout near Wuxiang? According to the rules of the army, he can be transferred back, dismissed, and investigated," a furious general of the Big Dipper army said in the study. "The ones who need to be dismissed aren't him, but all of you." Suddenly, a gentle, calm, and dignified voice resounded in the study. In an instant, the study fell deathly silent. All the generals had their mouths tightly shut as they stared in the same direction. The second, third, and fourth waves of scouts have already sent back their reports, and they are identical to what all of you have seen. In addition, Lord Fomenlinta of the Qixi Protectorate has also sent me a letter. I'm afraid that everything they said is true. Geshu Han held his hands behind his back, his face impassive. Geshu Han's words caused the entire room to fall silent, a look of disbelief on everyone's faces. But, how could this be? Just how big of a city was that? Is it really possible to build it in a single night? Someone muttered to himself. These words echoed the thoughts in everyone's hearts. Even though no one doubted the great general's words out of respect, Wang Chang's ability to erect a 6-meter-tall steel wall in a single night still seemed like a fantasy to them. But no one knew that although Geshu Han appeared calm on the surface, he was actually just as shocked as the Big Dipper army generals. A single night, more than 2 zhang. Just how did he do it? Geshu Han's mind was in turmoil. Back in the southwest, Geshu Han had already learned that youth in Wuxiang possessed astonishing charisma and talent. But seeing it once more, Geshu Han still felt a little moved. Geshu Han had originally estimated that Wangchang's city of steel would take at least 7 or 8 months, but it now appeared that it would take far less than that. Many rules and regulations seemed to immediately become inapplicable when it came to the youngest son of the Wang family. Geshu Han had experienced hundreds of battles in his life and had a tenacious temperament. There were very few things that could move his heart, but right now, Geshu Han truly found it difficult to understand this youth called Wuxiang. Plans can't keep up with changes. It seems like the plan I prepared for a few months later is useless. I have to find another way. Geshu Han's eyes turned, countless thoughts flitting through his mind. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a powerful opponent. Although he had yet to meet the youngest son of the Wang family, they had already exchanged blows before anyone realized it. There was no doubt that Geshu Han had underestimated his opponent. If he was able to build a 6-meter-tall city wall overnight, then there was no doubt that he had deliberately concealed his abilities from the very beginning, causing them to be careless. Only when everything was ready, when the time was right and everything was ready, did he reveal his true prowess. Interesting. A cold light flashed through Geshu Han's eyes. Anyone familiar with the Big Dipper Great General would know that this was a sign that his fighting spirit had truly been roused and that he was taking the challenge seriously. It won't be easy to take root in Wuxiang. Young Marquis, this is only the beginning. As this thought flitted through Geshu Han's mind, everything quickly calmed down. Anshi, Longshi, Biting, Qishi, everyone was stunned by the city that Wang Chong had built in a single night. Meanwhile, in the distant northwest of the Tang dynasty in Wuxiang, the scouts of all the factions had personally witnessed an inconceivable sight. On the sparsely populated and barren Silk Road to the west, Wang Chong had for the first time revealed the concepts of modern science and architecture to this world. Under the leadership of Wang Chong and Zhang Shouji, more than 100,000 craftsmen worked at unprecedented speed to construct this never-before-seen city of steel. When the scouts had arrived in the vicinity of Wuxiang in the morning, they had only seen a 6-meter-tall city of steel, but by nightfall, it had grown to 15 meters tall. Never in the history of the Tang dynasty, or even in the history of the Central Plains, had such a rate of construction occurred, nor had there ever been a precedent for such modular construction. More and more people gathered around the city of steel, and all the factions moved upon hearing the news, sending out several times the number of scouts they had sent before. Each faction wanted to confirm this news again and again. Even many who from the distant western regions had hurried over. Everyone stared in shock as this massive, vast, and majestic city of steel slowly unfurled itself from nothingness into existence. This sight was like a dream, like a miracle. In front of this massive and never-before-seen city of steel, everyone felt a deep sense of insignificance and insignificance, like ants before an elephant. Shock. Inconceivable. Deep reverence. This was what everyone who had seen the construction process of the city of steel felt. Everyone felt a heartfelt reverence toward Wang Chong, the owner of this city of steel and its construction. It was like they were looking up to an unfathomable god. Marquis, building this city of steel is more than enough for this old man to spend the rest of his life. Atop the 15-meter-tall city of steel, fierce winds ruffling his hair and beard, Zhang Shouji stood on the high walls, his face brimming with pride and vigor. He had built countless buildings and cities in his life, and he had even participated in the construction of the imperial palace of the Tang dynasty. But the greatest pride of his life was Lion City by the Arai. That city had changed the fate of the 180,000 Annam Protectorate and saved the southwest. And the other was the city of steel beneath his feet. In the history of the Tang dynasty, as well as everyone's understanding, all cities should have been constructed from earth and stone, but the city beneath his feet had broken all these traditions. This was the first city of steel that had ever been built. The amount of steel and manpower required to build this city was unimaginable to any great clan, faction, or master architect. To put it simply, this city had mobilized the entire world, all the great clans, all the swordsmiths, and all the experienced craftsmen of the provinces and counties. All of them had been used to help him build this city. Other than the imperial palace, nothing like this had ever happened before. This glory was enough to make any civil engineering master feel proud and proud. This was enough to move the heart of any civil engineering master and make them fascinated. Sir Zhang, this is only the beginning. You can't possibly be satisfied already, right? In the future, we will leave even more footprints, not just in the Tang dynasty, but also in other places, and it won't just be this city of steel. Wang Chong and Zhang Shouji stood side by side on the wall and smiled. Huh, that's right. This old man is too easily satisfied. With Marquis here, do you think we won't be able to leave our mark in the annals of history? We'll be able to build an even more majestic and magnificent building for everyone to look up to. Zhang Shouji was taken aback, and then he couldn't help but laugh. He was close to 60 and should have been at the age where he should have retired, but as he and Wang Chong fought together and built cities, even he had slowly forgotten his age. He had become young, hot-blooded, and passionate. Now, even he wanted to know where his limits were. Right, how are the preparations for the beehives in the city of steel coming along? Wang Chong suddenly asked. In truth, they've already been prepared. According to Marquis's orders, all the beehives have been sealed with wooden strips. Not even the guards escorting them or the craftsmen involved in the construction know about it. Zhang Shouji quickly responded. Wang Chong nodded and looked outside the city, where more and more scouts were gathering 10 some li away. A sharp light flashed through his eyes. The storm is about to rise, and will soon need those things. Moreover, with a height of 15 meters, we can begin installing them on the wall. Wang Chong said. Zhang Shouji nodded. In order to construct this city, Wang Chong had invented many ingenious things, such as pulleys, cranes, and a brand new measure of measurement, the meter. Not many people knew of this measure, and it had only been passed down among Zhang Shouji, his disciples, and a few top-class craftsmen. Zhang Shouji had experimented and discovered that this new measure of measurement was much more accurate than the ordinary ruler or zhang, and it was also much more convenient for construction. Thus, he had begun to vigorously promote it to the people around him. By now, this measure of measurement had already been accepted by many master craftsmen, and it was still spreading, becoming more and more widespread. Wang Chong quickly left the city of steel. By the time the city was 15 meters tall, everything was on the right track. With Zhang Shouji presiding over it, the completion of the city of steel was only a matter of time. With Bai Siling, Zhao Yadong, and the other clan experts protecting it, the city of steel was impregnable and would not encounter any problems in the short term. It's about time to take care of that matter. Standing on the towering steel walls, Wang Chong's eyes flashed as countless thoughts flitted through his mind. Wuxiang was close to Qixi, and their fates were intertwined. Although Fomenlinta was currently brimming with hostility and making things difficult for him, Qixi did not belong to him. It belonged to the entire empire. But in the future Battle of Talas, the clash between the Tang dynasty and Arabia, the Qixi Protectorate, as the closest source of soldiers, had not sent a single soldier. This was inconceivable. If Gao Xianji had asked for help, the Qixi Protectorate would have sent a large number of soldiers. Perhaps that battle would not have been so utterly defeated, and the Tang dynasty would not have completely lost that battle, never to rise again. But even though he was extremely dissatisfied with Fomenlinta, Wang Chong had to admit that this matter had little to do with Fomenlinta. It wasn't that he didn't want to reinforce Gao Xianji and the Anxi Protectorate army, but that the Qixi Protectorate had no soldiers to send. Chapter 721. The mighty Qixi Protectorate, which guarded the throat of the Tang dynasty, had no soldiers to use. This sounded unimaginable, but it truly was the true situation of the Qixi Protectorate. No one understood this better than Wang Chong. The Qixi Protectorate guarded the throat of the Tang dynasty, situated in the crack between the Uzun Empire and the Western Turkic Khaganate. Every year, regardless of what happened elsewhere, the Qixi Protectorate would be embroiled in all sorts of battles. And the soldiers of the Qixi Protectorate had been whittled down by the repeated assaults of the Uzun Empire and the Western Turkic Khaganate. Although the interior had always been sending soldiers to Qixi, there was a limit to how many soldiers they could send. Before the Battle of Talas, the cavalry of the Uzun Empire and the cavalry of the Western Turkic Khaganate had been abnormally fierce, resulting in a vacuum in the Qixi Protectorate's soldiers. And it was this vacuum that ultimately led to the defeat at the Battle of Talas. Thus, if he wanted to reverse the crushing defeat at the Battle of Talas, he first had to change the fate and situation of the Qixi Protectorate. This was one of the important reasons Wang Chong had given his fief to Wuxiang. But Wang Chong had never told anyone about this. And if he wanted to change the fate of Qixi, he had to completely drive out the power of the Uzun Empire and the Western Turkic Khaganate. Establishing a city of steel in Wuxian and gaining a foothold was only the first step. The second step was to begin repelling the Uzun Empire and the Western Turkic Khaganate to the east. Fomenlinta would never be able to complete this step. In Wang Chang's Grand Marshal of the World's General Stars, Fomenlinta was only a general who could defend, not some general who could advance. One reason was that he had no such intentions, and the other was that he simply didn't have the talent. All he could do was get close. But before that, before embarking on this plan that was destined to shake the entire empire and the western border, Wang Chong had to complete another task. Without that item, no matter how powerful Wang Chong was, he could only be like a housewife without rice. In the end, he could only lament his inadequacy. Without alerting anyone, Wang Chong quietly left the city of steel in the early morning. If one followed the official road west from Qixi, they would reach the western regions after 700 to 800 li. This place was buffeted by sandstorms and the scenery was rough. Furthermore, there were many who living here, including Sindhi, Abbasid Caliphate, Karak Spazinu, Turks, Uzun, and Han. Furthermore, the number of who far outnumbered the Han. This kind of scene was hard to see anywhere in the Tang dynasty. Young master, this is the place. In a bustling, colorful brothel decorated with carvings and paintings, a middle-aged Han man in his 30s or 40s, wearing a headscarf, respectfully said to a teenager beside him. The youth looked at the brothel and solemnly nodded. Tell Yang Hongchang that I am very satisfied with this matter. Once we succeed, I will not mistreat him. Many thanks, Marquis. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. Did you forget what I told you? Don't call me Marquis here. The youth frowned. Yes, this lowly one was rude. Marquis. Young master, forgive me. A hint of fear flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes as he hurriedly lowered his head. In the entire western regions, there was only one person who could strike such fear into this middle-aged man and also be called Marquis, the young Marquis, Wang Chong. After leaving the city of steel, Wang Chong disguised himself and circled around the Qixi Protectorate headquarters to reach the Tang dynasty's western regions. This was already the territory of Anxi Protector General Gao Xianji. If these great generals of the empire knew that he was here, they would probably all swarm toward him. But even so, Wang Chong had a reason to come. Let's go. Without another word, Wang Chong stepped over the threshold and into the brothel. This was Wang Chong's first time stepping into a brothel of the western regions. Countless who were jostling against each other, and the sounds of the huqin, the hukanghao, the pipa, the hule, and the hubusi could be heard. The sounds of these instruments were completely different from those of the Central Plains, and they had a different flavor to them. Wang Chong raised his head and glanced over. Amidst the music, he could see the enchanting dancers dancing to the music, making one's blood boil. There's even an Arab dancer. In a place where the were the most concentrated and the laughter was the loudest, Wang Chong could clearly see a beautiful Arab dancer dressed in red, her belly exposed, her hands and feet adorned with bracelets and bells. Her eyes were blue, her lips red, and her eyes as charming as silk. She was biting on a red ribbon hanging from a roof beam as she danced in circles in the air. The jingling of the bells and the music of the instruments drew cheers from the spectators. In the capital, any place with Arab dancers would attract many scholars, nobles, becoming a gathering place for scholars and refined scholars. But the rarer a thing was, the greater its value, and there were not many Arab dancers in the capital. The western regions, however, had the advantage of proximity, and the number of bewitching Arab dancers here was far greater than in the capital. Wang Chong's gaze paused on this Arab dancer for only a few moments before descending the wooden stairs to the second underground floor of the pleasure house. All sorts of languages could be heard here, and shouts, laughter, and curses could be heard. Many who had gathered here, throwing dice, guessing numbers, fighting cocks, dogs, and crickets, creating a foul atmosphere. It was clear that this was a gambling den. Wang Chong had never been one to gamble, but Wang Chong had a reason why he couldn't not come. "Are you sure that he's here?" Wang Chong turned his head and asked. "Marquis can't be wrong. He likes to come here to play the most, and even Patriarch doesn't know why. I only heard that he has some sort of relationship with the mistress of this pleasure house." The middle-aged man sent by Yang Hongchang bowed and said, "In addition, we asked around before coming. Also, we've already asked around before we came. He happens to be in this brothel, on the 3rd floor underground. Only a small number of people can enter, and the threshold is very high. All of them are either rich or noble. Patriarch has spent a great deal of money to prepare an identity for young master. Young master can enter at any time, and no one will stop him. Young master will see him once you enter." Wang Chong nodded at these words. The Yang clan had operated in the western regions for many years and knew this place like the back of its hand. If he wanted to find a single who in this crowd, Yang Hongchang was the best choice. Without alerting anyone, Wang Chong quickly descended the stairs to the 3rd underground floor of the pleasure house. Yang Hongchang had taken care of everything along the way. Whenever someone appeared to berate or inspect someone, the Yang clan steward would immediately step forward and negotiate with them, avoiding a lot of trouble. The floor of the 3rd underground floor was covered in red Arabian carpets, and the walls were carved with jade and inlaid with pearls, agates, emeralds, and corals. The decorations were opulent, but they did not lack for elegance. "Marquis, it's inside." The butler of the Yang family led the way. When they reached the innermost and largest room, the butler of the Yang family stopped. Through the door, Wang Chong could hear the coarse laughter of a Turkic-accented man, accompanied by the cheerful laughter of a woman. "Wait for me outside." Wang Chong's eyes flashed as he pushed open the door and strode in with his head held high. In a flash, the laughter in the room came to an abrupt halt. Wang Chong's expression was relaxed as he swept his gaze around the room, quickly settling on a Turkic man with an unbuttoned shirt, a mustache, hawk-like eyes, and a deep nose. "I've finally found him." When he saw the 2 fist-sized skulls on the Turkic man's shoulders, Wang Chong nodded, a hint of joy in his eyes. These were not real skulls, but skeletons forged from bronze. In Wang Chong's memories, there was only one person who could play with 2 bronze skulls on his shoulders, the Turkic merchant, Hulayeg. He had another identity. He was the most famous Turkic horse merchant of the western regions, perhaps even the steppe. If Wang Chong wanted to realize his grand plan of repelling the Uzun to the west and the Western Turks to the east, completely changing the situation in Qixi and driving out all the foreign powers, he first needed to have enough warhorses. Wang Chong's first batch of Wuxiang soldiers were almost done training, but without warhorses, he could not speak of the Wuxiang cavalry that dominated the world. Thus, even if he had to risk being discovered by Gao Xianji and Foman Linta, Wang Chong had still come to the western regions for the sake of this #1 Turkic horse merchant, Hulayeg. Everyone knew that the best warhorses in the world were not the highland steeds of the Uzun, nor were they the warhorses of the Tang dynasty. In truth, the terrain of the Central Plains was not suited to raising warhorses. All the excellent warhorses of the Tang dynasty had come from the Turkic steppe. The warhorses of the Turks just so happened to be the best source of warhorses in the world. The only warhorses that could surpass the Turkic horses were the Arabian warhorses, but Arabia was 10,000 li from the Central Plains. Moreover, the Arabian warhorses were extremely troublesome to raise, and they would not be able to acclimatize to the Central Plains. In comparison, Turkic horses were easier to obtain and easier to produce, making them suitable for raising cavalry. In addition, the best Turkic warhorses were not one bit inferior to the Arabian warhorses. And if Wang Chong wanted to buy the best Turkic warhorses, he couldn't avoid this Hulayeg. Whether he had warhorses from the Eastern Turkic Khaganate to the Western Turkic Khaganate, or even Karak Spazinu, this Hulayeg had a way to obtain them. There was no better horse merchant in the western regions. Wang Chang's Wuxiang army was about to finish its training, but if he wanted to become that unstoppable and awe-inspiring Wuxiang cavalry, he still needed a large number of warhorses. However, this was not the main reason why Wang Chong had disguised himself and stealthily arrived here. More importantly, Wang Chong was well aware that the future Tang dynasty was fraught with calamities and was already in troubled times. One war after another was about to break out. In every war, a large number of warhorses would die. In the future, the greatest problem of the Central Plains would not be a lack of soldiers, but a lack of warhorses that would make it impossible to form a cavalry army. And without a cavalry army, there would be no mobility, and they would only be defeated one by one. And the Central Plains could not breed warhorses. One death meant one less, and there was no way to replenish them. Chapter 724. Alas, it still can't hold me. In the darkness, a dazzling light flashed through Wang Chang's eyes like a sharp saber. Clang! With a clear hum, Wang Chong unsheathed the Wuxia steel sword at his waist and swiftly attacked. Bang! After what seemed like both a second and countless eons, a dazzling beam of light shot out of the darkness. With a single slash, Hulaeg's cage, which had been forged from the finest Arabian steel, was torn to shreds. Wang Chang's body trembled as he broke through the wall of the cage. Without pausing, he stepped on the cage with his right foot, and Wang Chong soared into the air like a hawk. After Tensum Zhang, Wang Chong stepped on the wall to his right and once more shot upward. After repeating this process, a few moments later, the pitch-black space above Wang Chong began to glow and rapidly expand. The entrance. Wang Chong raised his head, an idea flashing through his mind. The cage was extremely heavy, so he had fallen extremely quickly. In just a few seconds, he had fallen 70 to 80 meters. To an ordinary person, this sort of situation was certain death, but to an imperial martial expert like Wang Chong, this sort of height wasn't even worth mentioning. Whoosh! At the last moment, Wang Chong's sleeve shook, and like a sharp sword, he flew through the hole and out of the ground, somersaulting as he lightly landed on the ground. Ah! Ah! Wang Chong heard cries of alarm, and when he opened his eyes, he saw that many bodyguards had appeared in the underground chamber, all of them either dead or injured, their bodies drenched in blood. And in the center of these bodyguards was a mysterious man dressed in black and wearing a white mask. He was covered in dust and had a dagger in his hand that was pressed tightly against Hulaeg's neck. Back off quickly. Hulaeg's face was covered in panic, and when he saw Wang Chong, his eyes went wide, the fear in them intensifying. Impossible! How did you get up here? Wang Chong grinned as he slowly walked over under everyone's shocked gazes. Solitary wolf, release him. Wang Chong gestured with his right hand to the mysterious man behind Hulaeg. Yes, Marquis. Lone Wolf's figure moved, leaving behind afterimages as he quickly retreated. You're together. Hulaeg's face was filled with shock. Wang Chong silently smiled. He had sent Solitary Wolf out long ago, and his footprints covered the western regions. Solitary Wolf had lived here for so long that he had taken root, mingling with the locals and even learning quite a bit of the Hu language. The first time Wang Chong had met him, he had almost failed to recognize him. The first thing Wang Chong had done on such an important mission to find Hulaeg was to summon Solitary Wolf back. Hulaeg had believed that tricking him into his residence, trapping him in a cage, and then sinking him into the ground would be enough. One could only say that this was far too childish. Without thorough preparations, how could Wang Chong have so recklessly entered the western regions? Hulaeg, what do you think of our deal? Wang Chong walked over, pulled out the only chair in the room, and sat down. 300,000 warhorses. As long as you can help me get them, our deal is still valid. Hulaeg was stunned, clearly not expecting Wang Chong to not kill him. Are you serious? 300,000 warhorses isn't a small number. At the mention of money, Hulaeg immediately regained his composure, the shrewdness of a merchant appearing in his eyes. Business was business. Since he couldn't beat his opponent or kill him, he could consider doing business with him. This was the instinct of a merchant. Everything had to be done with profit in mind. Since you know that I'm the young marquis of the Tang dynasty, does the mighty Central Plains lack money for a few 100,000 warhorses? Wang Chong smirked. Hulaeg was a meticulous and paranoid person, and persuading him would not be easy. Hulaeg's eyes widened as he fell silent. It was true that Hulaeg rarely interacted with strangers, as it wasn't safe. It was precisely because he had recognized Wang Chong's identity as the young marquis of the Tang dynasty that he had planned to frame him. But it was also for this reason that once he confirmed Wang Chong's identity as the young marquis, Hulaeg felt that he was even more trustworthy than the average person. At the very least, a person of status, as well as a Han marquis, would not easily go back on his word. Moreover, he had the backing of the entire Tang dynasty. In terms of trustworthiness and ability to pay, Wang Chong far surpassed any faction he had ever interacted with. And 300,000 warhorses, this truly was an enormous sum of wealth. At this moment, Hulaeg suddenly felt a little moved. I'll believe you for now, but what's the price? Hulaeg said, a crafty look in his eyes. Business was business, and since the other party had the backing of the entire Tang dynasty, if he didn't ruthlessly extort him, he wouldn't be worthy of being called the Turkic fox of the horse merchants. Wang Chong smiled at these words. At the start, he had been cautious, suspicious, and plotting against him, but now, he was greedy. Hulaeg had undergone a massive transformation. But to Wang Chong, what he feared the most was not Hulaeg's greed, but his lack of greed. As for money, when the great calamity arrived and all the monetary systems collapsed, gold would be useless. If he could buy enough warhorses and change the fate of the Tang dynasty, from a certain perspective, Wang Chong was even willing to give him all the gold of the Tang dynasty. In any case, gold would be no different from stone by then. A high-quality warhorse on the market is 80 taels of gold. I'll give you 100. Wang Chong extended a finger, his expression confident and relaxed. But I only want high-quality warhorses. Good, no problem. At these words, Hulaeg's eyes immediately brightened. Truly high-quality warhorses were bought and sold in large quantities, but they didn't even sell for 80 taels of gold, only 75. Wang Chong's price of 100 taels of gold per horse was a full quarter higher. To a haggling merchant like Hulaeg, this was an irresistible temptation. It had to be said that in the past, when negotiating with Uzun, Mengshizhao, Goguryeo, and the other kingdoms of the western regions, even at the price of 75 a horse, they would still haggle with him for a long time. To a horse merchant like Hulaeg, encountering such a straightforward customer was a dream come true. But do you really only want high-quality warhorses? What about the other warhorses? Hulaeg asked, quickly realizing the strangeness of the situation. I don't want anything else. I just want the best warhorses. Wang Chong said. Ordinary warhorses and high-quality warhorses weren't very different, and both seemed like they could fight on the battlefield, but at crucial moments, when they were engaged in a 1,000-li maneuver or charging on the battlefield, the difference between the two would immediately become apparent. Ordinary warhorses could only move in a straight line, but high-quality warhorses could communicate with their riders and become one with them. Moreover, high-quality warhorses had much stronger bones and muscles than ordinary warhorses. Since Wang Chong had recruited Wuxiang's men, he naturally had to provide them with the best warhorses. After all, in Wang Chong's plan, his Wuxiang cavalry would be facing Arab cavalry in the future. Only the high-quality warhorses of the Turkic steppe could compete with those tall and sturdy Arab warhorses. No problem. Leave this matter to me. Patting his chest, he agreed very readily this time. As long as it's a warhorse, there's nothing on the steppe that I can't do. But, in terms of money? As Hulaeg spoke, he rubbed the thumb and forefinger of his right hand together, making a gesture that everyone in the world could understand. No problem. For the first transaction, I need 100,000 warhorses. In order to show our sincerity, we'll first conduct a transaction of 10,000 warhorses. In 1 month, I want to see 10,000 high-quality warhorses in my city of steel, and at that time, I will give you the first batch of 10,000 taels of gold. A trifling 10,000 high-quality warhorses shouldn't be much of a problem for the mighty number one horse merchant of the Turks, right? Wang Chong said as he glanced at Hulaeg. Huh, what are you saying? It's just 10,000 high-quality warhorses. In 20 days, I can help you get to Wuxiang. Hulaeg patted his chest and heroically declared. If Wang Chong wanted 100,000 high-quality warhorses in 1 month, Hulaeg truly wouldn't have been able to do it. After all, this sort of thing required time and needed to be collected from the various tribes. But 10,000 high-quality warhorses, coupled with Hulaeg's connections with the chiefs of the various Turkic tribes, wasn't much of a problem. Moreover, 10,000 excellent warhorses were equivalent to 1,000,000 taels of gold. It was enough for him to bribe his subordinates and prepare for this unprecedented transaction. The two sides quickly came to an agreement, and in accordance with the customs of the Hu merchants of the western regions, they signed a contract. Both sides bit their thumbs and used their blood to leave fingerprints. That's right, Hulaeg, I heard that you have a steward called Yulug. Wang Chong suddenly raised his head, a smirk on his face. What's wrong? Hulaeg said, his heart thumping in his chest. Hulaeg truly had found several stewards to manage his finances, but very few outsiders knew of this matter other than the people at his side. Moreover, Hulaeg would never bring them along when he went out to discuss business, and these stewards would never show themselves in public. Hulaeg was very apprehensive about this, so he had intentionally concealed it. Not even his old friends of several decades had ever seen them, much less outsiders. Hulaeg simply couldn't understand. This was clearly Wang Chong's first time in the western regions, his first time meeting him, so how did he know that he had stewards at his side, even that he knew the name Yulug? Huh, it's nothing. I was just asking. But it's impossible to know a man's heart, so Sir Hulaeg should keep an eye out. Wang Chong smiled and turned to leave. Hulaeg was confused at the start, but when he saw the 3 fingers sticking up behind Wang Chong, he instantly paled and understood. Chapter 725. Young Master, is that Hulaeg really trustworthy? Solitary Wolf suddenly asked as the Hu jostled against each other on the road. After wandering the world for more than a year, even though Wang Chong had already been made a marquis, Solitary Wolf still used the term young master. It has nothing to do with trust. It's fine as long as there's profit. Moreover, he has no choice but to believe in this matter. Wang Chong smiled, but he was thinking back to the strange expression on Hulaeg's face as he left. Yulug was Hulaeg's closest and most trusted steward, managing more than 70% of his wealth. In Hulaeg's heart, he was absolutely loyal and devoted. Alas, not even Hulaeg had expected that in 3 or 4 days, this loyal and devoted subordinate would escape with his concubine and all the wealth. Hulaeg's subsequent series of grave mistakes and his execution by the Western Turkic Khagan Ishbara probably had something to do with this. In addition, young master, 100,000 warhorses is no small sum. Can we really afford it with our abilities? Solitary Wolf worriedly said. Based on the price Wang Chong had given, 100 taels of gold for 1 horse, 100,000 warhorses would be 10 million taels of gold. Wang Chong had even borrowed money from the more than 1,000 great clans of the capital to construct the city of steel. The Wang clan's ability to purchase 100,000 warhorses was simply not enough. Ha ha ha, I saw that you were frowning after leaving Hulaeg's residence. You didn't say much, and you had a worried look on your face. So this is what you were worried about. Our Wang clan naturally doesn't have the ability to purchase 100,000 warhorses, and besides, what does our Wang clan need so many warhorses for? Wang Chong chuckled, a look of complete nonchalance on his face. He had never considered how much gold was needed to buy horses, nor did he care. Then why does young master want to buy so many warhorses? Lone Wolf tilted his head and asked in confusion. He had always thought that Wang Chong had disguised himself and sneaked into the western region to buy so many warhorses for him, but now it seemed that this was not the case at all. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Even after following Wang Chong for so long, he still felt like he couldn't keep up with Wang Chong's train of thought. Of course it is for the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong said without hesitation. Of the 100,000 warhorses, he would keep 10,000 at most. He would take 30 to 40,000 more and give the rest to the imperial court. Raising these war horses required a considerable amount of money, and only the imperial court could afford it. Other than that, as for the money needed to buy a horse, whether it was 10 million taels of silver or tens of millions of taels of silver, it was just a drizzle for the current Tang dynasty. What did it count for? Although the Tang dynasty had declined militarily, the people yearned for peace and no longer had the bravery and aggressiveness of the past. But after so many years of peace and prosperity, and trading with other countries, they had indeed accumulated a great deal of wealth. If he didn't use it now, when would he keep it? Wang Chong quickly left the western regions. Just as he had arrived, he didn't alarm anyone. The moment he left, flap flap. A messenger pigeon with golden claws soared into the sky, traveling several times faster than ordinary messenger pigeons as it left the western regions and flew toward the capital of the Great Tang. Several days later, the carrier pigeon descended from the sky. It passed through many windows and landed in King of Song's study. "This is a letter from Wang Chong." The King of Song took out the letter and immediately began to read it. The more he read, the brighter the eyes of the King of Song became. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh in excitement. 100,000 high-quality warhorses. Wang Chong, you have rendered a great service to the imperial court. No matter how many tens of thousands of taels of gold you need, this king will submit a memorial to the imperial court and do everything in his power to resolve the problem for you. I'd like to see just who would dare to act selfishly and go against the flow on such an important matter that benefits the country and the people. With these last words, the King of Song's face suddenly turned frigid. Matters had their own priorities. He could ignore ordinary matters, but when it came to the warhorses that the imperial court urgently needed, if anyone dared to cause trouble on such an important matter, he might have to kill a few imperial censors and officials. Without the slightest delay, the King of Song took Wang Chong's letter and quickly left the King of Song residence. Wang Chong quickly returned to the City of Steel. He had spent 10-some days here, and the current City of Steel was very different from before. The 40-meter-tall city wall stood tall on the ground. It was smooth and precipitous, enough to make any kind of scaling ladders or other siege weapons sigh. After the outer wall was finished, nearly 150,000 craftsmen were already working on the inner wall, as well as the various restaurants, tea houses, and inns in the City of Steel. The various aristocratic families also began to send people to build their own restaurants and shops. The entire city was under construction, and there were signs of activity in full swing. At this point, Wang Chong's fief was on the right track. Nothing could stop it. "Marquis, we've used up all the steel and city wall modules in the early stage. I'm afraid that the speed of construction won't be as fast. We still need the sword shops and sword towers to build the subsequent city wall modules and send them to Wuxia. I'm afraid it won't be delivered in a short time." Standing on the tall city wall, Zhang Shouji faced the fierce winds and said, "Let's go." In addition, besides simple defense, the city also needs to have a few layers of walls, as well as a few arrow buttresses and other places for soldiers to hide from enemy attacks. I'm afraid that it won't be as fast as it was at the beginning. It doesn't matter. At this stage of the City of Steel, we already have a foothold. This was my goal from the very beginning. We've already achieved it. Wang Chang's long hair and robes fluttered in the wind. There was urgency and slowness, and the modular construction of the city seemed incredibly fast. To many people, Wang Chang's city of steel was a miracle. But many people had overlooked how much manpower, resources, and time had been spent to prepare the modules of the city of steel. If not for the resources and wealth of the great clans of the capital, as well as the forging ability of the entire Central Plains, the astonishing feat of building a city in a single night would have been impossible. This was an enormous and unimaginable undertaking, and for many factions and many people, it was nothing more than an extravagant hope. But even though it had all sorts of shocking aspects, behind the astonishing speed of the modular construction, there was still a massive flaw. All of its shocking aspects were based on the ample preparations made in the beginning. Once the modules were used up, they would have to wait for the later stages of construction, which would greatly slow it down. This was also the current situation of the City of Steel. This period of frenzied construction had already used up all of the surrounding city wall modules, so the speed of construction would naturally slow down. But for Wang Chong, he had already achieved his goal. Rumble. As he was speaking with Zhang Shouji, the earth suddenly quaked, and a roar like that of a tidal wave came from the north. In shock, Wang Chong turned his head and saw that on the horizon, thick plumes of smoke were rising into the sky. Countless black dots were galloping through the smoke, exuding an intimidating aura. Enemy attack. A howl tore through the sky. Around the City of Steel, the several thousand elite cavalry that Wang Chong had brought from the southwest, as well as the city guards that the great clans had brought, immediately responded. In a flash, all the nearby guards had gathered, and in a few short moments, they had taken up battle formations, ready to charge at any moment and attack the enemy. Buzz! Not far away, the sound of metal clanging could be heard as two huge steel gates opened. Not only could they welcome their own knights into the city, but they could also keep the enemies outside the city at all times, relying on the thick and sturdy defense of the city. Creak creak. At Wang Chang's ears, the master archers that the great clans had brought charged onto the walls, knocked their arrows, and aimed to the north. In just a few seconds, the City of Steel, which had been bustling with activity and lax just a moment ago, was now fully armed and on guard, as if it was made of steel. Buzz! The enemy was getting closer and closer, and the dust was getting thicker and thicker. Just when it seemed like an intense battle was about to begin, Wang Chang's eyes widened and he sneered. Stop! Pass on my order. All soldiers are to stand by and maintain a defensive posture. Archers, put away their bowstrings. Without my order, no one is to act rashly. Wang Chong raised an arm and ordered. This abrupt order left everyone dumbfounded. Old Mr. Zhang, please wait here. I'll leave for a while. I'll handle this matter. Standing on the walls, Wang Chong looked into the distance at the dust and sneered. It seems like a good friend has come. After saying this, Wang Chong turned around and quickly left the walls along the stairs. Behind him, Zhang Shouji was still dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. But as he faced the blazing sun, he narrowed his eyes. A moment later, Zhang Shouji's expression shook as he suddenly understood something. So it's him. Zhang Shouji blurted out in shock. As he looked at the fluttering war banner that had suddenly emerged from the dust, a hint of deep concern appeared in his eyes. By Siling, Zhao Yadong, stand guard in the city. Don't come over. Qing Sanyuan, Su Shixian, follow me. Yes, Marquis. War horses galloped out of the city, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. Qing Sanyuan and Su Shixian were both elites who had followed Wang Chong through life and death in the southwest. They were among the several thousand experts Wang Chong had recruited from the great clans. These two were very powerful, far surpassing the experts of the other clans, and they were extremely loyal. The clans they had served, in order to curry favor with Wang Chong and at the same time improve their relationship with the Wang clan so that they could climb onto the massive war chariot that was the king of Song and the Wang clan, had simply gifted these two to Wang Chong as his personal attendants. But what Wang Chong valued was not just their martial arts, but also their courage, their ability to adapt to the situation, and their decision-making abilities. In the War of the Southwest, when Li Sai was leading them back, the Yuzhen had attempted a counterattack, hoping to break Li Sai's charging formation by attacking from the side. But these two had sensed the danger ahead of time and led a small group to break away from the Yuzhen cavalry before they could form a formation and take the initiative to charge. Chapter 726. Foman Linta's warning. 2. Li Sai had personally spoken of this matter, and he had praised them greatly. Wang Chong had also felt that they were not bad after observing them, so he had given them the task of guarding the city of steel. Up until now, the two of them had done an outstanding job in handling the danger. Rumble. The cloud of dust from the north was getting closer and closer. Everyone in the city of steel could feel the trembling, and all the craftsmen had long ago taken refuge within the walls. The busy construction also came to a halt. The vicinity of the city of steel was suddenly silent, leaving only the neighing of the warhorses from the north. The atmosphere was extremely tense at this moment. More than 100,000 pairs of eyes nervously stared at the silent and oppressive silhouettes in the roiling dust. Only Wang Chong sat on his horse, his expression relaxed, neither servile nor overbearing as he silently waited. Buzz. As they got closer, the warhorses slowed, and a massive war banner, more than 1 zhang tall, was raised in the roiling dust. On this black dragon-patterned war banner was a golden rock eagle, one of the most commonly seen creatures in the western regions. Its eyes were sharp, its claws like hooks, and its feathers like iron. It seemed like it was about to break out of the banner. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen such a war banner since arriving in the western regions. As Wang Chong was examining this war banner, an extremely muscular and tall figure on a warhorse galloped out of the dust like a demon god. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that this person had a thick beard, a greenish-black complexion, and a pair of eyes like copper bells. As they looked around, they exuded a cold and intimidating light. The moment this person appeared, a tidal wave of pressure pressed down. Other than Wang Chong, everyone in the city of steel, including the resolute Qing Sanyuan and Su Shixian who had experienced the trials of the Southwest, lowered their heads, none of them daring to meet his eyes. Wang Chong. Just as everyone lowered their heads, a wild voice that sounded like the grinding of a sword rang out in everyone's ears. The voice was sharp, and it carried a sense of superiority and oppression. Upon hearing this hostile voice, Wang Chong immediately chuckled. Lord Protector General. After calling out these 4 words, Wang Chong immediately urged his horse forward and welcomed him without the slightest bit of fear. In the entire Tang dynasty, in the entire western regions, there was only one person who could speak with such a unique voice, like the hum of a saber or sword, Chishi Protector General Foman Linta. I still can't hold myself back. Wang Chong sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Wuxiang was so close to the Chishi Protectorate that nothing he did could escape Foman Linta's notice. But it was clear that when the city of steel suddenly rose to a height of 15 meters and continued to rise, Foman Linta realized that he had miscalculated and could no longer sit still. The cries of warhorses resounded through the area. As countless nervous gazes watched, Wang Chong urged his horse forward, leaving a trail of dust in his wake as he drew closer and closer to Foman Linta. In the distance, the world-renowned Protector General began to slow down, and the churning dust gradually settled, revealing rows of black-armored elite soldiers who were clearly veterans of the battlefield. In the harsh sunlight, all these black-armored soldiers marched in unison, as if they were one person. They did not make the slightest mistake in their advance. Even someone of Wang Chong's insight found it very difficult to find fault with them. Not bad. As immovable as a mountain, as aggressive as fire. In his early years, Foman Linta guarded Anxi, so he definitely has a knack for leading soldiers. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Even though he and Fomin Linta were at odds, Wang Chong had to admit that this great general of the empire in Qixi truly did have some outstanding qualities. Qixi's geography was unique. To the west was the ambitious Uzun Plateau, and to the west was the Turkic cavalry led by Ishbara Khagan of the Western Turks. For Fomin Linta to be able to survive in this crevice and keep the other two factions at bay, there was no need to doubt Fomin Linta's strength. These immovable and aggressive Qixi cavalry before him were proof that Fomin Linta had displayed the extraordinary abilities of an imperial great general. Alas, his jealousy is too strong. His desire for power is too strong. As this thought flitted through his mind, Wang Chong quickly regained his composure. Fomin Linta truly was very valiant. If one were to put aside certain things, Wang Chong would even be happy that the Tang dynasty had such a great general. Alas, Fomin Linta was too selfish. He was a Hu, so he had recklessly promoted Hu in the army. Almost all the important positions in the army were occupied by Hu. Whether or not the Han had talent, they were always suppressed. Moreover, Fomin Linta seemed to be establishing a small Hu court in Qixi. Otherwise, a memorial to Wang Chong regarding the regional commander's incident would not have infuriated him so much. Moreover, while Qixi was more than capable of defending, it lacked the ability to advance. In all his years, Fomin Linta had never taken the initiative to attack. Qixi's situation had never changed in all the years he had presided over it. It could only passively wait for Uzun and the Western Turks to attack. Whether it was to change the outcome of the upcoming Battle of Talas, to gather more soldiers for Anxi, or to change the situation in Qixi, Wang Chong had to think of a way to remove Fomin Linta or transfer him elsewhere. As long as Fomin Linta was present, he would be unable to move freely in the western regions. This was a fact that had to be changed. The rumbling slowly died down as the two sides got closer and closer, and the atmosphere grew tenser and tenser. Finally, Wang Chong and Fomin Linta, one young and one old, were only 8 to 9 zhang away from each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The two looked at each other in silence. Impudent. In front of Lord Protector General, why haven't you dismounted and bowed? Suddenly, a loud roar came from the side. It was one of Fomin Linta's deputies, armed to the teeth and armed with a black bandolier, pointing a finger at Wang Chong as he spoke in a harsh voice. He's trying to intimidate me. Wang Chong inwardly chuckled, his eyes fixed on Fomin Linta. In the past, with the difference in ranks and Wang Chong not holding any official post, Fomin Linta truly would have been able to easily suppress him. But that was then, and this was now. Even in the face of this Hu Protector General, the great general of Qixi whose words carried enormous weight, Wang Chong felt no fear. Moreover, he was the true Grand Marshal of the Central Plains. Impudent. Our milord is the young Marquis of the Imperial Court, a title personally bestowed upon him by the Son of Heaven. He is a true Duke of the Tang dynasty, his status no lower than Lord Protector General's. Moreover, the Holy Emperor personally bestowed a courtesy name upon him, making him the Son of Heaven's disciple. He represents His Majesty the Holy Emperor. Do you dare to have Marquis bow? As expected, a rebuke came from behind him, and before Wang Chong could say anything, Qing Sanyuan had urged his horse forward and rebuked Fomin Linta's deputy. Although they couldn't resist Fomin Linta's great general pressure and gaze, they were still capable of dealing with his deputy. Wang Chong remained motionless on his horse, nodding his head in approval. Qing Sanyuan and Su Shixian truly had reacted very quickly. In this sort of situation, they were much better suited than him. This was also why Wang Chong valued them. Lord Protector General, I pay my respects. I did not know of Lord Protector General's arrival and failed to welcome you. For what noble purpose has Milord honored us with his presence? Wang Chong clasped his hands and spoke from atop his horse. His words immediately drew everyone's attention. The city of steel was quiet. The moment the commanders of both sides spoke, even Qing Sanyuan and that Fomenlinta shut their mouths. Everyone knew that the protagonists of today's meeting were these two. Every word that came out of their lips was highly likely to affect the future of the City of Steel and all of Qixi. No one dared to interrupt at a time like this. Fomenlinta said nothing, but his hawk-like eyes slowly turned as he examined Wang Chong like a hawk staring at its prey. Even though the two sides had been mortal enemies during the regional commanders' incident, Fomenlinta had even been the first to submit a memorial requesting that the Holy Emperor execute Wang Chong. But in reality, this was the first time Fomenlinta had seen this culprit. Even though he was brimming with enmity toward this Wang clan youth, Fomenlinta had to admit that this boy was completely different from what he had imagined. Young. Truly too young. He looked no more than 16 or 17. At this age, even someone as proud as Fomenlinta was still struggling in the western regions. But Wang Chong had already become the young marquis of the Tang dynasty, had been bestowed a courtesy name by the Son of Heaven, and had a high official rank. If Wang Chong had only relied on his illustrious family background and his reputation as the former prime minister of the Tang dynasty, he would have been able to do well. But it just so happened that not too long ago, he had personally led a team to defeat names like Huishu Wuzong, Daluan Ruozhen, and Duan Gechuan. Even now, Fomenlinta doubted just how much of this was true. But the coalition army of Wuzhen and Mengshi Zhao had only suffered a crushing defeat after Wang Chong had joined. Moreover, they had lost hundreds of thousands of soldiers, including a large number of cavalry. Their losses were far greater than those of the Tang dynasty, and this was an indisputable fact. To have this sort of ability at the age of 16 or 17 was something that Fomenlinta believed was absolutely impossible. Even if he had started practicing the art of war in his mother's womb, it would still be impossible. The art of war was not something that could be learned from just reading a few books on the art of war. It was something that could only be obtained through the hardships of war and experience countless battles. All formidable generals were like this. But this was not the only thing that left Fomenlinta confused and uncertain. Having spent half of his life on the battlefield, Fomenlinta had killed countless opponents on the battlefield. For this reason, his body exuded such a thick and baleful aura that not even his personal guards dared to approach him, much less meet his eyes. In the western regions, there was once a rumor. A notorious criminal of the western regions had fled for several decades, but no one had ever been able to catch him. In the end, while in Qixi, he had accidentally bumped into Fomenlinta's carriage, and with just a glance, he had been so frightened that he had lost control of his bowels and bladder and died. This was the baleful aura on Fomenlinta's body. Chapter 727. One could easily imagine just how thick the fiendish aura on Fomenlinta's body was. This sort of battlefield tempering, an aura honed through killing and stepping on countless bones, was not something a normal person could resist. But Wang Chong was only 17 years old, yet he dared to look him in the eye without the slightest fear. Fomenlinta had never encountered such a situation before. No matter what, this was not something a 17-year-old youth should have. If this boy isn't eliminated, he'll definitely become a major threat in the future. A cold light flashed in Fomenlinta's eyes, his killing intent blazing. Not only had Wang Chong's performance failed to arouse any appreciation in him, it only made his killing intent even more intense. The more outstanding and formidable this youngest son of the Wang clan was, the more apprehensive he became, and the more he wanted to eliminate him. He was only 17 years old, but he was already able to cause such a huge wave. With a single memorial, he had forced millions of Hu soldiers into an extremely passive position. If he was allowed to mature, wouldn't they, the Hu generals, be pushed into a corner by him and forced out of the upper echelons of the army? Kid, have you heard of the saying, the heart is easy to break? Fomenlinta suddenly said. Your edge is too sharp. Buzz. The moment Fomenlinta spoke, the mood suddenly changed, becoming 100 times more solemn than before. On the walls of the City of Steel, the more than 100,000 craftsmen and guards paled at these words. Foman Linta has gone too far. He's clearly trying to bully Wang Chong. On the high walls, Bai Siling bellowed furiously. However, barely after she said those words, a slender hand suddenly grabbed her arm. Siling, say no more. A voice came from the side. Bai Siling turned her head in surprise and saw that Zhao Yadong was looking forward, her expression unprecedentedly grave. Bai Siling was startled. At first, her face was full of doubt, but soon, she felt something, and her expression became serious. She tightly pursed her lips and didn't say a word. The vicinity of the City of Steel was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Other than Wang Chong and Foman Linta, everyone else was quiet out of fear, not even daring to breathe loudly, much less interrupt. One was the new young Marquis of the Tang dynasty, the son of Heaven's disciple. The other was an imperial great general of the western border of the Tang dynasty, wielding immense authority and seniority. The status of these two people was enough for everyone present to look up to them and feel awe. What does Lord Protector General mean by this? Wang Chong closed his eyes slightly, and his expression became much colder. Since Foman Linta had come so aggressively, there was no need for him to be too polite. You're a smart man. You didn't think that I'd forgotten about the regional commander's incident so quickly, did you? If I were you, I would immediately withdraw from Wuxiang and end this City of Steel. Foman Linta's eyes were cold, his expression unquestionable. No matter how sharp Wang Chong was, no matter how popular he was in the capital, in front of Wang Chong, he would always be a young brat. In terms of seniority, Wang Chong was 10,000 li away from him, and this was even more so in terms of age. Thus, Foman Linta had never even thought about being polite, nor did he intend to be. This is impossible. Before Foman Linta could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Chong's voice, which was even more resolute than his own. In an instant, the mood plummeted. Even the knights the pair had brought felt their scalps go numb and their bodies tremble with tension. No one had expected that these two supreme personages of the empire would already be at loggerheads the moment they met. The anger of an individual of this level was enough to make anyone pale in fear. Lord Protector General, do you know what you're saying? Wuxiang is my territory. I don't think I need Milord's permission to build a city on my territory, much less Milord's concern. Wang Chong coldly said. The two of them had a grudge over the regional commander's incident, and Wang Chong had long ago expected that Foman Linta would not allow him to peacefully build a city in Wuxiang, but he had not expected it to come so early and so fiercely. Brat, you're too arrogant. In a gust of sand, Fuman Lingcha suddenly urged his horse forward. At the same time, his body began to exude a domineering aura. At this moment, Foman Linta's figure suddenly became as vast as a mountain, and even the air in a radius of several dozen zhang began to blur. This pressure was simply suffocating. Nay! His warhorses whinnied. Under the pressure of Foman Linta's great general level, Cheng Sanyuan, Su Shixian, and the others around Wang Chong were the first to give in, their horses constantly retreating. Milord! The pair paled in fright. The warhorses of the army had all been trained for a long time, and they would never retreat even in the face of a mountain of blades or a sea of blood. But the pressure and baleful aura exuding from Foman Linta's body was so intense that not even his warhorses could stand it. Nay! On the other side, the Qishi elites behind Foman Linta also neighed. However, they were still Qishi elites who had followed Foman Linta for a very long time, so they had retreated ahead of time. The only two commanders left in the center were Wang Chong and Foman Linta. When two enemies met on a narrow path, only the courageous would emerge victorious. Foman Linta released his energy, and the pressure of an imperial great general was not something that ordinary warhorses and soldiers could endure. This was a clear indication of the difference between the two. Although Wang Chong had already reached the imperial martial realm, he was still far from a great general like Foman Linta. The difference in their cultivation levels was obvious at a glance. Bastard! Wang Chang's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. How could he not know what Foman Linta was planning? If he were still the Grand Marshal of the world, Foman Linta's move would have been useless against him. But that was then, and this was now. He was still far from being able to compare to a top-class great general of the empire. But even so, Wang Chong did not panic. He extended the index and middle fingers of his right hand into the thick mane of his warhorse and pressed down on a hidden acupuncture point. The warhorse that had been neighing uneasily suddenly closed its eyes and calmed down. Let alone the soldiers of the Qixi Protectorate, even Fumeng Lingcha was flabbergasted. He had never expected such a development. But not even Foman Linta knew that although Wang Chong was weaker than him, he knew many methods to calm a warhorse. Horses had a sleeping point that could be used to calm them down with the appropriate amount of strength. This was only one of the simplest methods. Brat, you've got some tricks up your sleeve. Foman Linta angrily laughed. The more Wang Chong acted this way, the more he wanted to kill him. Not even your father and brother would dare to act so impudently in front of me. I'll give you one more chance. You have 10 days to think it over. If this city is still here by then, don't blame me for being impolite. Remember. This isn't your capital. With these words, Foman Linta suddenly turned his horse around and left. Withdraw. With this one word, Foman Linta galloped off into the distance. Behind him, the elites of the Qixi Protectorate stirred up a cloud of dust as they left under the respectful gazes of the crowd. Bastard! Not long after Foman Linta left, the neighing of warhorses came from behind him. Bai Siling, dressed in snow-white clothes, was galloping over with Zhao Yadong. This is your fief, bestowed upon you by the Holy Emperor. What right does he have to do this? Bai Siling was so angry that her face was red. Foman Linta truly has gone too far. He's coming for Wang Chong. But this truly is his territory, so it'll be very difficult for us to defeat him. Zhao Yadong said. She was clearly much calmer and more rational than Bai Siling, but her brow was also creased with deep concern. After all, Foman Linta was the empire's protector general and one of its finest great generals. Whether it was in prestige, strength, or status, he was not someone that Wang Chong could compare to. Moreover, this place was far from the capital, and the Wang clan's prestige and influence were at their lowest. On the other hand, Foman Linta wielded real authority. If Wang Chong offended him, he would find it difficult to take a single step forward. He dares. Bai Siling was enraged, her face brimming with righteous indignation. Can a protector general act without regard for the law? I don't believe that he would dare to act recklessly. There are so many imperial censors in the imperial court, and just a spit from each of them would be enough to drown him. And even if he really did dare to do something, would the Holy Emperor spare him? He truly wouldn't dare to come in the open, but it's hard to say behind his back. A voice suddenly sounded in her ears, and Bai Siling's eyebrows shot up. Just as she was about to fly into a rage, she caught sight of a familiar face. Wang Chong. Bai Siling stared in a daze at Wang Chong. If Foman Linta really wanted to act, he would have already done so. This is a warning, and also a threat. As one of the supreme great generals of the empire, he truly does have far too many methods at his disposal. It seems like the existence of the City of Steel is truly a threat to his position, making him feel uneasy. Wang Chong said. But are we just going to let this go? Bai Siling angrily said. Wang Chong said nothing. Everything was still not ready, and this truly was not the time to fall out with Foman Linta. Marquis, should we report this matter to the imperial court? Perhaps this will make him restrain himself a little. A voice whispered. Wang Chong turned his head and saw that it was Qing Sanyuan and Su Shixian, their eyes also tinged with anger. It's useless. Without concrete evidence, the imperial court will never accept our one-sided words. Moreover, Foman Linta only made a verbal threat, not actually doing anything. Even the imperial censors will find it very difficult to accuse him of anything. This was not the first time Wang Chong had encountered the politics of the imperial court. Wang Chong's big uncle Wang Zhen had been constantly advising him, intentionally cultivating his sensitivity to the politics of the imperial court. Thus, Wang Chong was well aware that Foman Linta's actions today would find it very difficult to convict him. Chapter 728. There's no need to worry about him. Go back. This is my territory. No matter what Foman Linta wants to do, as long as he's in my territory, he won't be able to do anything, because this is my territory. Wang Chong's last words were resolute and filled with heroism. As a fief bestowed upon him by the Holy Emperor, Wang Chong had complete jurisdiction over this territory. Even the nobles of the imperial clan would have to submit to his control. This was Wang Chong's special privilege. It seems like I have to hurry. No matter what, I can't let Foman Linta stay here any longer. Wang Chong quietly said to himself as he watched Foman Linta leave. Foman Linta's appearance had made him even more determined to replace Foman Linta as Qixi Protector General. Otherwise, who knew how many more quarrels would arise in the future? With a wave of his hand, Wang Chong quickly left with his entourage. The construction of the city of steel returned to normal, and rumbling booms resounded through the world. "Milord, do we really have to wait 10 days? That bastard's construction speed is too fast. In 10 days, the city will probably be finished. Won't it be too late by then? And that brat is too arrogant. Just by relying on the prestige and status of the Wang clan, he doesn't even have Lord Protector General in his eyes." As Wang Chong was returning to the city, a deputy of the Qixi Protectorate finally couldn't help but comment. "That's right." The other deputy agreed, a look of indignation on his face. "He's just a brat who's still wet behind his ears. He's only been made a marquis, but he dares to speak to Lord Protector General like this. You have to know that when Lord Protector General was fighting for the Tang dynasty, this brat was probably still in his mother's womb. The people of the Wang clan are too arrogant." The two of them complimented each other, causing Foman Linta's expression to turn incomparably ugly. It was clear that things were different from what Foman Linta had expected. Wang Chong's attitude was much tougher than he had imagined. Enough. When Foman Linta opened his mouth, the two of them were shocked. "Do you really think I'll give him 10 days? Since he doesn't know what's good for him, then don't blame me. Alona, has everything been arranged?" "Sir, everything has been arranged. We are just waiting for your orders." A black-armored general of the Qixi Protectorate lowered his head and spoke, his expression extremely respectful. "Then let's begin." Foman Linta gritted his teeth as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Rumble. At this moment, a heaven-shaking rumble came from the city of steel. Hearing this sound, the Qixi Protectorate fell silent. Foman Linta's complexion turned even more unsightly. "Let's go." With this order, Foman Linta and his Qixi elites quickly vanished into the distance. All of Qixi had regained its calm, but beneath this calm surface, an invisible storm was brewing. Several hundred li to the west of Qixi, a plateau rose up from the ground like a lofty mountain overlooking an abyss. Although this land was empty and ownerless, many people could only look up at it from a distance. This was the territory of the Uzun. The thin air of the plateau made the majority of the world's elite cavalry feel a sense of dread. Not even the extremely aggressive Turks had ever thought of occupying this plateau. Thus, the Uzun often said that this was their land bestowed by the heavens. In the golden autumn of the 9th month, the vegetation was lush, and the plateau was thriving. Rumble. After some time, the earth suddenly began to tremble. At first, it was as light as a breeze, but as it went on, it grew more and more intense, and even the grass on the plateau began to sway. Hu! A powerful gust of wind blew out of the plateau, and at this moment, a cloud of dust appeared in the distance. Sharp whistles could be heard coming from within the dust. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of Tibetan cavalry had arrived like dark clouds in flowing water, one wave after another. It was a shocking sight to behold. The Uzun plateau was flat, and to the Uzun who disliked restrictions, galloping on their horses was their favorite form of freedom. Nay! Boom! As the countless Uzun cavalry were howling and galloping, a dragon's roar shook the world, drowning out the neighing of the thousands of warhorses. The originally bold and unrestrained horses immediately became much quieter. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, a divine steed, snow-white as a dragon, charged out of the dust like a bolt of lightning. On the back of the horse was a stalwart man, more than 7 feet tall, with a mustache and long and narrow eyes. His gaze exuded a sharp light, and his demeanor was like that of a god, giving off an intimidating aura. In the blink of an eye, Ney's divine steed with snow-white fur and jade-like hooves stopped at the edge of the plateau. Behind him, the tens of thousands of Tibetan highland steeds also began to slow down, their horses and riders submissive and respectful expressions on their faces. The majority of the highland steeds of the Uzun were either black, or variegated in color. Very few were as white as snow, and even their hooves had a jade-like luster. There was only one person on the northeastern border who could ride a divine steed of the Great Snow Mountain. Eagle of the Steppe, Dusong Mangpoch. The battle between Longxi and the Big Dipper army had just concluded, so no one had expected this great general of the Uzun Empire to stealthily appear here. Look, the mountains and rivers stretching for 10,000 li. How beautiful! Dusong Mangpoch suddenly said from atop his horse. His eyes shone as he looked down from the towering Uzun plateau, the mountains and rivers of the desert rising and falling, and even the distant Turkic steppe. Just where in the world could there be more blessed by the heavens than the Uzun plateau, a spirit and an advantage that allowed it to sweep through the world? Will Lord Mangpoch also be enchanted by the mountains and rivers? Why is it that I'm only interested in killing? Suddenly, a voice came from behind Dusong Mangpoch, accompanied by the clopping of hooves. A tall and slender figure with a sharp edge slowly appeared behind Dusong Mangpoch. This person had a long and slender face that seemed to have been chiseled out by a blade or axe, giving off an extremely sharp and menacing aura. Compared to Dusong Mangpoch's gentle and unfathomable aura, this person's aura was much more frigid. Beneath him was also a divine steed that was as white as snow. But unlike Dusong Mangpoch's horse, the hooves of this horse were crimson, so deep that they seemed to be dripping blood. Everyone who saw the hooves of this warhorse would feel a deep sense of discomfort. In truth, the slender figure on the back of the horse was no different. His body exuded a thick killing intent. In all of the northern Uzun region, there was only one person who could walk so close to Dusong Mangpoch, exude such a thick killing intent, and yet not make Dusong Mangpoch feel the slightest bit of concern, Dayan Mangpoch. In all of Uzun, the number of people who could be called great generals could be counted on one's fingers. Although Dayan Mangpoch was not a great general, he was publicly acknowledged by all of the Uzun Empire, including the Tsenpo and the Prime Minister, as the future Brigadier General. Although his strength could not compare to Dusong Mangpoch's, it was not too far off. The two great clans of the northern Uzun region, the Dayan clan and the Dusong clan, were both extremely ancient and powerful clans with deep roots in Uzun. In the Uzun language, Mangpoch referred to heroic spirit, heroic hero. To be able to obtain this title, one could easily imagine the strength of Dayan Mangpoch. To be able to ride a blood-hoofed divine steed from the Great Snow Mountain Temple and obtain the approval of the Great Snow Mountain Temple was enough to prove his strength. And in Uzun, anyone who could ride a blood-hoofed divine steed from the Great Snow Mountain Temple represented a special existence, slaughter. The blood-hoofed divine steed of the Great Snow Mountain Temple was only given to those existences with an extremely murderous nature. Dayan Mangpoch's path of life was somewhat different from Dusong Mangpoch's. He did not come from a traditional military background, and compared to fighting on the battlefield, Dayan Mangpoch was more skilled in assassination. Uzun was surrounded by many small kingdoms, Greater Balor, Lesser Balor, Shur Kingdom, Kong Kingdom, Tokaria, and many other kingdoms. Who knew how many famous generals of these small kingdoms had died at the hands of Dayan Mangpoj? In the western regions, Dayan Mangpoj had another name, the God of Death. You can kill, and I'll take back the land for the Tsenpo and the empire. We can slaughter, and we can also conquer the world, so why not? Dusong Mangpoj said without turning his head. The Dusong clan and the Dayan clan could be considered friends, and Dusong Mangpoj and Dayan Mangpoj were also very familiar with each other. However, this was the first time the two of them had worked together. Because this time, the two of them had a reason to work together. Is the information reliable? Dayan Mangpoj rode his horse over and stood side by side with Dusong Mangpoj. Together, they looked down at the desert, the mountains, and the distant grasslands. His eyes slightly squinted, exuding an intimidating cold light. He was like a falcon, ready to strike at any moment. In his eyes, there were no opponents, only prey. Fomenlinta oversees Chishi and is a crafty old fox. Back when he was overseeing the western regions, he used a scheme to wipe out an army of the Arabs. Moreover, Chishi has always been tightly guarded by him, so can it really be trusted that it suddenly loosened so much? No imperial great general is easy to deal with, and Fomenlinta naturally isn't that simple. But this time, it shouldn't be fake. In the regional commander's incident, Fomenlinta submitted a memorial requesting that that brat be executed. This matter has caused such a ruckus that the entire world knows about it. Now, that brat is advancing into Chishi and building a city in Wuxiang, right under Fomenlinta's nose. This is a naked provocation. Given his stubborn personality, it would be strange if he could endure it. Chapter 729. Although Uzun had not been part of the drama taking place in Chishi in the northwest of the Tang dynasty, he had been paying close attention to it. Gao Xianji, Feng Chongqing, Fomenlinta, and Geshu Han of Longxi, along the long curved border between the Tang dynasty and the Uzun, three great generals of the Tang dynasty were garrisoned. Under normal circumstances, Uzun would not dare to act rashly unless he was fully prepared and had not brought enough troops with him. But when the Brigadier General, the future 8th general of the Tang dynasty, came to the Tang dynasty, Uzun suddenly had a chance. In truth, Dusong Mangpoj and Dayan Mangpoj had smelled the bait and come over. And the person who spread the bait was Fomenlinta. He's smart. Although I don't like being used by others, if it's that bastard. I don't mind being used. I believe that Senpo and the Prime Minister are the same. Dayan Mangpoj said. In a flash, the atmosphere became much quieter. Dusong Mangpoj's lips were tightly shut, and he said nothing. In the Uzun Empire, the name Wang Chong and the War of the Southwest had become a taboo. The plague that this youngest son of the Wang clan had spread on the Uzun plateau still hadn't ended. The hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen of the Uzun Gari royal lineage had also been reduced to ashes in that battle. The 4 royal lineages had been reduced to 3, and the corpses of the hundreds of thousands of Uzun cavalrymen had contributed to that person's fame. Even the widely respected Prime Minister Daluan Ruozan of the Ngari royal lineage had been imprisoned by the Tsenpo because of that battle. In the history of the Uzun Empire, other than a few famous generals of the Tang dynasty, no one had ever been like Wang Chong, inflicting such damage on the Uzun Empire. But not even those famous generals would act like Wang Chong and spread the plague over the steppe. One could imagine just how much the Uzun generals hated Wang Chong. When they heard that Wang Chong was building a city in Wuxiang, only several hundred li from the northern edge of the Uzun plateau, Uzun knew that Fomenlinta had deliberately spread the news. They had still been willing to take the bait. The Han have a saying, for a nobleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too long, but we Uzun cannot wait that long. The internal strife of the Tang people is an extremely rare opportunity for us. Geshu Han still doesn't know that I've come, so we can use this chance to completely eliminate that youngest son of the Wang clan. A threat must be strangled in the cradle. If that youngest son of the Wang clan is allowed to mature, he will become a mortal threat to our Ozan in just 2 or 3 years, and the Tang dynasty will truly gain an imperial great general. No matter what, we can't let him leave alive, and we can't let him use that city of steel as the core to repeat the events of the southwest. Dusong Mangpoch said, his expression grim. Dusong Mangpoch had been able to arrive so quickly because he wanted to eliminate Wang Chong and avenge the 200,000 soldiers of Ngari royal lineage, but also because the Tsenpo felt a deep unease. That youngest son of the Wang clan represented some sort of deep, most unpredictable variable. No one in Ozan believed that he had built a city of steel in Wuxiang just to manage his fief, based on the fact that he had built Lion City on the shores of the Arai. Get ready. Use this chance to kill him and avenge Daluan Ruozan and the others. As for Fulmanlinta, we still have to be on guard against that old fox. I will keep an eye on him. Dusong Mangpoch quickly turned his horse around and galloped back in the direction he had come from. Dian Mangpoch looked down from the edge of the plateau, his horse gazing into the distance at the billowing smoke on the horizon. He gave an inexplicable sneer and quickly turned his horse around as well. One after the other, the two swiftly vanished into the distance. Wang Chong, what are you planning to do next? 10 days will be up very quickly. Are you really planning to retreat? Or are you going to completely fall out with him? Fulmanlinta is Qixi's protector general. On the steel walls, Bai Xiling followed behind Wang Chong, her brows tightly furrowed. Ever since Fulmanlinta had left, Bai Xiling had been in a constant state of unease and worry. Although she was infuriated by Fulmanlinta's actions and found them even more shameless, as an elite imperial great general and the highest commander of Qixi, his words could not be underestimated. There's no need to fall out. We've already completely fallen out. Wang Chong held his hands behind his back as he indifferently said. In contrast to Bai Xiling's worries, Wang Chong seemed as if nothing had happened in the past few days, as if nothing had happened at all. I will never withdraw from Wuxiang, and he will never let me go. 10 days is just a formality, and he will never give me 10 days. Ah. Then why are you so calm? Bai Xiling was at first startled, but when she glanced at Wang Chong's relaxed expression, she was instantly enraged. Relax, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The Qixi Protector General can only manage Qixi, not my territory. And although I'm not in a hurry, how do you know that I haven't done anything? Wang Chong turned his head and said. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he saw Bai Xiling's flustered and exasperated appearance. After spending so much time with Bai Xiling, he sometimes found her flustered and exasperated appearance rather cute. Startled, Bai Xiling was just about to ask what was going on when she heard the galloping of hooves. A horseman was galloping over from the north of the city of steel, and from the distance, she could hear a loud shout. Reporting. After passing through the gate, the horseman dismounted and quickly ascended the walls. Clasping his hands, he got down on one knee in front of Wang Chong. Marquis, according to your orders, your subordinate has finished his investigation and has come to report. How is it? Wang Chong held his hands behind his back. Reporting to Marquis. We've already investigated the Qixi Protectorate headquarters. Everything is normal there, and Lord Protector General has shown no signs of activity. The kneeling horseman said. Then what about the border between Qixi and Ozan? Wang Chong asked. Reporting to Marquis, the other brothers have already investigated. Everything seems normal there, but, the horseman hesitated, his eyes glancing at Bai Xiling at Wang Chong's side. It's fine. You can say it directly. She's one of us. Wang Chong said. There was a rule in the army that any information concerning the military could not be easily divulged to people outside the army. Bai Xiling's long dress clearly indicated that she was not a member of the army, so the horseman had some misgivings. Yes, Marquis. After a careful investigation, we discovered that the eastern side of the border between Qixi and the Uzan Plateau is normal, but the defenses on the western front are clearly much thinner, and the soldiers are not as concentrated. The horseman lowered his head and kneeled on the ground. The defenses on the western front, isn't that where our city of steel is? Foman Linta is trying to divert the disaster to someone else, using a borrowed knife to kill. Wang Chong raised his head and muttered to himself. These words caused both the horseman and Bai Xiling to tremble in shock, especially the latter. She had been at Wang Chong's side this entire time, but even now, she had no idea when Wang Chong had made these arrangements. Wang Chong, you mean to say that Foman Linta wants to borrow Uzan to deal with you? Bai Xiling blurted out. As she said those words, Bai Xiling's entire body turned cold, and her hands and feet trembled uncontrollably in panic. The mighty Qixi Protector General of the Tang dynasty, in order to deal with Wang Chong, had actually invited Uzan's people into his chambers. This was no different from defecting to the country. If news of this got out, it would cause a massive storm that would shake the entire court. It's not that he wants to, but that he can only do this. Although Qixi has a powerful army and a large number of soldiers, they are all soldiers of the Tang dynasty. If he uses Qixi's army to deal with me, he'll be digging his own grave. The risk is far too great, and His Majesty will never forgive him. Foman Linta has made a name for himself in the army for many years, and his thoughts are meticulous. He would never leave behind such a flaw. Letting Uzan's people in and using a borrowed knife to kill is his only method. Wang Chong indifferently said, his eyes penetrating to the finest detail. Although Foman Linta had come with a fierce momentum, Wang Chong was well aware that the trump cards he could use were rather limited. You may leave. Wang Chong quickly turned his head. Yes, Marquis. The horseman leaped down the walls and quickly left the inner circle. Sanyuan, have the people sent by the eagle arrived? Wang Chong suddenly asked. Replying to Marquis, they arrived an hour ago and are waiting for Marquis' summons and orders. A voice came from behind him. Wang Chong nodded and quickly left the walls. In a freshly constructed building within the City of Steel, Wang Chong met with the disciple sent by the eagle. This was a youth of 14 or 15, his appearance ordinary and his skin coarse. In a crowd, he was the sort of person that would be easily forgotten. On his shoulder was a foot-long the eagle. It had a sharp golden beak and 5 hook-like claws. For an eagle of this length and stature, it was rather small. Moreover, the eagle's eyes were not very sharp, and were even somewhat turbid, making it seem rather stupid. Paying respects to Marquis. Upon seeing Wang Chong, the youth quickly kneeled on the ground, a respectful expression on his face. You're the eagle's disciple. Wang Chong slightly creased his brow. He rarely interfered in the affairs of the eagle, but in the construction of the city in Wuxiang, there were many eagles and sparrows flying in the sky. Wang Chong had specifically requested that the eagle send someone over, and the eagle had quickly agreed, saying that it would send a disciple it was proud of. But Wang Chong had not expected that the disciple sent by the eagle would be a teenager, and the eagle on his shoulder was so unimpressive that it was hard to find anyone interested. But after spending so much time with the eagle, Wang Chong was confident that the eagle would not be so perfunctory as to brush him off on such an important matter. There had to be some sort of explanation for this. Yes, Marquis. This lowly one is an orphan that Master picked up in the capital. Later on, I stayed in Master's residence, learning how to raise birds. In the southwest, Master did not let me go, so Marquis never saw me. That's right, I also have a letter from Master. Please, Marquis, take a look. Once Marquis reads it, he will understand. The youth took out a letter from his bosom and respectfully offered it with both hands. Chapter 730. Wang Chong took the letter and began to read it suspiciously. At first, Wang Chong's brows were still tightly furrowed, but they gradually relaxed and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Finally, He put down the letter and looked at the young man before him with a strange look in his eyes. The eagle had introduced his disciple in detail in this letter, and he held this ordinary-looking disciple in high esteem. He believed that this disciple would be able to inherit his legacy and help Wang Chong in Wuxiang. The eagle had especially mentioned in the letter that the people of the eagle were very different from what ordinary people would imagine, especially those who collected information. The more ordinary they looked, the better, and the less attention they attracted, the better. In this regard, the eagle's disciple fit the bill perfectly. Your master said that the eagle on your shoulder is completely different from ordinary eagles. It's a newly bred breed from a secret chamber, specially used to hunt and kill other falcons. Can you demonstrate it to me? Wang Chong said. He was a little curious. The eagle's previous birds were all bought from other eagle vendors, and then the eagle used his own special methods to cultivate them, turning them into the most outstanding and excellent falcons. But this time, it was different. The eagle had begun to cultivate some special breeds in a secret chamber, using his own methods to breed them. This had never happened before. Yes, Marquis. The young man responded and stood up from the ground. He turned his head to look at the eagle on his shoulder, and a startling light flashed in the young man's eyes. In that instant, the young man was like an unsheathed longsword, sharp and unforgettable. Even Wang Chong could not help but be slightly moved. Xiao Sha, attack! The young man stroked the eagle's back and suddenly let out a shrill cry. In that instant, the originally turbid and dispirited eagle's feathers quivered, and its eyes suddenly became incomparably sharp and intimidating. Wang Chong had seen many eagles, including the rock eagles of the western regions, the blue sea eagles of Goguryeo, and the eagles of the Turks, but he had never seen an eagle with such an intimidating gaze. It was even sharper than a sword. Screech! A metallic screech pierced through the void. The eagle shook its feathers and shot out like a sharp arrow. Boom! A large hole appeared in the opposite wall, and the golden silk Nanmo boards that were as hard as iron were shattered into pieces. Countless claw marks could be seen on the surface, and each mark was several inches deep. It was as if someone was scratching tofu. Screech! Another shrill cry rang out. The eagle's iron wings shook, and as it flew back, it shattered another hard wall and landed on the young man's shoulder. As it retracted its wings and its eyelids drooped, the eagle returned to its turbid and dispirited appearance. It was like nothing had happened at all. Only the splinters of wood, the holes in the wall, and the deep claw marks were evidence of what had just happened. Not bad. Wang Chong praised, his eyes bright. At this moment, he finally understood why the eagle had sent him a disciple and eagle. You can leave. I need you to help me keep an eye on the border between Qixi and Uzan at all times. This is a map. In addition, I've already written down all the arrangements for you. As Wang Chong spoke, he took out a prepared map and a silk bag and handed it over. Yes, Marquis. The youth replied, took the bag with both hands, and quickly left. Time slowly passed, and night fell. The howling winds blew across the vast expanse of grass, sweeping the towering Uzan plateau high into the sky. In the depths of the night, the stars were dim, and this was the time when everyone was asleep and most tired. Gallop! Suddenly, the earth began to tremble as the clopping of hooves came from the distance. At first, it was almost inaudible, but later, it began to rumble like thunder. With the help of the dim starlight, he could see thousands of cavalrymen in the darkness, and they were charging over like a tidal wave. These cavalry were fully armored and equipped with weapons, and all of them were silent, like demon gods walking out of the underworld. The oppressive atmosphere was stifling. They're here. A fierce shout came from the very front of the cavalry, a divine steed as white as snow, its hooves a crimson red like blood. On its back, the Uzan general raised an arm, his entire body exuding an aura as vast as the mountains and seas, causing even the space in a radius of several dozen zhang to twist and distort. His eyes were fixed forward, his expression as cold as ice. Up ahead is the territory of the Tang dynasty. The people of the Qixi Protectorate have already retreated, so it's time for us to move. Do you all understand tonight's mission? Yes. Everyone responded in unison as the wind blew and the grass moved. They were orderly as if they were a single person, and that kind of momentum was extremely shocking. Remember. Kill Wang Chong and destroy the City of Steel. Tonight will be the night when our Uzun takes revenge. The Uzun general pulled out his scimitar and howled as he took the lead and leaped down from the plateau. Neigh! The thousands of Uzun highland steeds neighed fiercely, stirring up clouds of dust as they galloped through the starry night toward the City of Steel, their momentum unstoppable and unstoppable. The City of Steel was ablaze, the thousands of furnaces illuminating the sky as if it were day. Amidst the furnaces, tens of thousands of craftsmen were working on the walls, creating a scene of bustling activity. This place had already become the busiest and liveliest place in the western regions. Watch out for the crane. Teams 8 and 9, make sure to align the modules. Don't make any mistakes. Craftsmen, stand aside. Prepare to pour the molten iron. Countless craftsmen were walking on the walls, issuing orders. With the arrival of a new wave of steel and wall modules, the City of Steel was once more busy. Teams 2 and 3, go out and take a look. Why haven't the people from Team 4 returned from their patrol? While all the craftsmen were busy, the patrols outside the City of Steel were not idle. Ever since Fumeng Lingcha's army had arrived, the City of Steel had become even more heavily guarded at night than during the day, and the perimeter of the city had been expanded by several times. As long as anyone approached within 10 kilometers of the City of Steel would be warned in advance and make preparations. Milord, Team 4 is led by Zhang Xiao. He's powerful and has always been cautious. There won't be any problems. Outside the city, a patrolling cavalry captain said in the flickering furnaces. These were all elites who had experienced the War of the Southwest and were more than capable of dealing with this sort of situation. But before the cavalry captain could finish speaking, a shrill scream suddenly came from the darkness. Ah! Careful, enemy attack! This voice was like a boulder crashing to the ground, instantly stirring up massive waves around the City of Steel. Boom! The tens of thousands of craftsmen on the walls of the City of Steel suddenly stopped, all of them nervously looking in the direction of the scream, the atmosphere deathly still. The area around the City of Steel had always been peaceful. Such a situation had never happened before. And the most disturbing thing was that even if they couldn't see anything, even if they didn't know anything, they could hear that it was a scream that could only be made when a person was on the verge of death. Careful! Everyone, get ready. The first to react were Qing Sanyuan and Su Shixian. The two of them interacted with all the patrols day and night, so they immediately recognized the voice of Team 4's Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao was no weakling. No one knew what had happened to his team, but one thing was certain, they had been ambushed. Rumble. Following Qing Sanyuan's and Su Shixuan's orders, the City of Steel's guards began to gather. In a few short moments, they had arranged themselves into neat ranks, brimming with killing intent in a tight defense. After experiencing the War of the Southwest, the cavalry under Wang Chang's command were far superior to ordinary cavalry in both quality and strength. Buzz! While Qing Sanyuan and Su Shixian were gathering the guards of the City of Steel, the craftsmen outside the city sensed the tense atmosphere and hurriedly fled back into the city, their faces pale. What's going on? On the walls, Bai Siling and Zhao Yadong were the first to leap onto the walls. Almost at the same time, a gust of wind whistled and another figure appeared beside him. Marquis. Seeing that person, everyone in the surroundings lowered their heads and bowed in greeting. That's Zhang Zhao's voice. Wang Chong looked into the distance, his expression grave and his brow tightly furrowed. He clearly remembered every single person who had gone through life and death with him, and every single person he had brought to the City of Steel possessed extraordinary status. Yes, Marquis. According to custom, Zhang Xiao should have gone to the north to patrol and stand guard, but he still hasn't returned. Lord Cheng and Lord Su were just about to send someone to investigate when this happened. A guard on the walls said with his head lowered. Wang Chong said nothing, but his brow furrowed even tighter. All was calm in the distance. Other than that scream, nothing else could be heard. At this moment, Wang Chong had a very bad feeling. Zhang Xiao had participated in the War of the Southwest with him. He was rich in experience, and there was no need to doubt his strength and skill. Wang Chong truly found it difficult to imagine just what sort of situation could cause his squad to be completely wiped out, with not a single one of them able to escape. Strangely, Wang Chong was standing on the walls, but he could not hear a single sound in the darkness. There were only two explanations for this situation. Either the entire city of steel had misheard, or the opponent this time was even more powerful than expected. The entire city of steel was silent, everyone looking in the direction from which the scream had come. Thump thump thump. Time slowly passed, and after some time, they suddenly heard a series of sounds. They were similar to the clopping of hooves, but also completely different, and much softer. In an instant, the atmosphere suddenly tensed up, and even the sound of breathing became softer. Cree. Just as everyone was waiting anxiously, an ear-piercing shriek entered their ears. It was a very thin sound, but it was also very sharp. It was a sound that no one had ever heard before. Upon hearing this sound, Wang Chong's face turned extremely grave. He seemed to think of something, but he found it very difficult to understand in such a short time. Look over there. Chapter 731. His words attracted everyone's attention. With the help of the dim starlight, everyone could clearly see something approaching from the distance. It was getting closer and closer. Slowly, from that blurry shadow, everyone could finally make out the silhouettes of the steel cavalry. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Several dozen Zhang Wei, Cheng Sanyuan and Su Shixian stood at the very front of the army, their pupils constricting as they immediately unsheathed their swords. Clang clang clang. At the same time, hundreds and thousands of soldiers drew their swords at the same time. There were no clamorous slogans, nor did they charge with great fanfare. There were only countless swords that gleamed coldly under the dim starlight. After the tempering of steel and blood, this army was now extremely obedient and could be considered one of the most elite cavalry forces of the continent. Kill! Kill! In the distance, that army that had taken advantage of the darkness to launch a sneak attack finally stopped concealing itself. With a clear cry, thousands of soldiers unsheathed their scimitars and let out a heaven-shaking roar that seemed to tear apart the sky. Rumble! The earth quaked as thousands of warhorses suddenly accelerated, exploding with a mountainous aura as they charged toward the city of steel. But at this moment, through the light of the blazing furnaces, Wang Chong suddenly saw a white symbol on the warhorses of those mysterious cavalry. They were complex, white religious runes. Wang Chong paled at the sight of the white inscriptions on the horses. Cheng Sanyuan. Su Shixian. Retreat. This urgent shout was like a clap of thunder, causing everyone to jump in fright. Cheng Sanyuan and Su Shixian also turned their heads in astonishment. They had already prepared to attack, but none of them had expected Wang Chong to give the order to retreat. This is an order. Wang Chong clenched his teeth, his complexion ashen. His gaze was not on Cheng Sanyuan and Su Shixian, but on the cavalry charging at him like lightning bolts. The White Braves. As this thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, his mind was in turmoil. At this moment, he finally recognized the meaning of those white religious runes. In the entire world, only one cavalry force would have these special white religious runes painted on the sides of their horses. Uzun's White Braves. Everyone in the world agreed that a cavalry charge was far more powerful than an infantry charge. And of all the cavalry, the Arab cavalry was the most formidable. And Uzun's white braves were the only cavalry force that could compare to the elite Mamelukes. The Mamelukes had been equipped with the sharp Wuxia steel swords that could cut a hair. At Talas, they had made illustrious achievements in defeating the Tang dynasty. Afterward, they had marched into the western regions and swept through all the countries. As for the nearby Yusang Empire, it had become their target. When the Mamelukes reached the Uzun Plateau, the Uzun Empire had suffered grievous losses, its northern defense line almost completely pierced through, until they ran into Uzun's white braves. In that battle, 10,000 Mamelukes, equipped with Wuxia steel swords and capable of sweeping through hundreds of thousands of soldiers, had encountered the Uzun white braves with only 4,000 or 5,000 soldiers. The white braves had stubbornly resisted. Although the white braves had suffered grievous losses, the Mamelukes had also suffered nearly 5,000 casualties. This was an unprecedented wound. This was the greatest wound the Mamelukes had suffered since their eastern campaign, and in the end, the Arabian Empire had been forced to give up on its ambitions for the Uzun Plateau. One could easily imagine the strength of the white braves. Although the soldiers trained by Wang Chong were well trained and had experienced the bitter campaigns of the southwest, they were still far from being able to compare to the Mamelukes at their peak, much less the Uzun white braves that could contend with the Mamelukes. Each of the white braves of Uzun was at the profound martial realm, and they usually guarded the royal capital of Uzun. Unless there were major events, they rarely appeared, much less intervened in ordinary battles. Wang Chong had never expected that the famed and valiant white braves of Uzun would appear here, outside the City of Steel. Withdraw. Outside the City of Steel, Cheng Sanyuan clenched his teeth. Although he was unwilling, he still gave the order to retreat. Rumble. With an earth-shattering noise, the city gates opened, and all the troops retreated into the city like a receding tide. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from afar. Before the voice had died away, Xiao, an ear-piercing whistle suddenly came from the night sky. Before anyone could react, an arrow had already shot over from an extremely distant place. In the blink of an eye, it had already streaked through the layers of space, shooting towards the back of the neck of an elite horseman outside the city gate. This was an extremely accurate archery. This place was not protected by armor, so if one was hit, death was assured. Careful. Cheng Sanyuan's pupils constricted and his face paled. The arrow had been fired with incredible speed and without any warning. At the very least, this horseman had not noticed anything. Cheng Sanyuan unsheathed his sword and slashed down without hesitation. Pong, the long sword struck the tip of the arrow, and the arrow was violently shaken away. However, at the same time, a huge force came from the arrow, as if what he had struck was not an arrow, but a piece of solid ground. Kacha. A crisp sound rang out, and Cheng Sanyuan's arm went limp, immediately hanging down, motionless. At this moment, Cheng Sanyuan's expression finally changed. Hurry up, close the gate. Cheng Sanyuan shouted. Rumble. Each of the gates of the City of Steel was guarded by the most elite and well-trained soldiers. With Cheng Sanyuan's voice, the foot-thick gate of the City of Steel, weighing close to 10,000 jin, swiftly closed. Almost at the same time that the city gate was closed, a wave of arrows whistled through the air amidst ear-piercing sounds. The arrows landed on the heavy city gate by a hair's breadth, but were blocked by the heavy city gate. However, when the arrows hit the city gate, the sounds they made were like thunder, ringing in everyone's ears. At that moment, everyone's expression became extremely solemn. Wang Chong, who are these people? A voice sounded in her ears. Even though it was only the first wave, even Bai Siling could sense that something was amiss. Normal soldiers are definitely not this strong, and the enemy's general even wrapped the hooves of all the horses. These people definitely came prepared. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary cavalry. Zhao Yudong sternly said. All warhorses had hooves nailed to their hooves, so when tens of thousands of cavalry charged, they created a heaven-shaking roar. But this cavalry had only made a sound when they got close to the City of Steel. This was not normal. There was only one explanation for this. The enemy had come prepared, their hooves wrapped in thick cloth. When the hooves landed on the cloth, they were buffered, so there was no sound. In a flash, everyone, including Zhao Yadong, turned to Wang Chong. Based on past customs, Cheng Sanyuan and Su Shixian would have gathered all the guards and experts of the great clans in the face of such an attack and charged. But before the battle had even begun, Wang Chong had called them back. It was clear that Wang Chong had sensed something. I'll tell you about this later. Those who come with ill intentions, those who come with good intentions. I can only tell you this. The opponent this time is even more formidable than we imagined. Wang Chong looked into the distance, his expression extremely solemn. Not many people in the Central Plains knew about the White Braves. If they knew too much, it would be a blow to their morale. This was not a good thing. Yu Sang has even mobilized the White Braves to deal with me. It seems like the matter of spreading the plague on the Tibetan plateau has already made me a thorn in their side. Even that Senpo has noticed me, Wang Chong thought to himself. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. The White Braves guarded the royal capital of Uzan. Without that Senpo's permission, they would never leave such a distant place and appear at the base of the City of Steel. Wang Chong could sense the thick scent of vengeance from the other party's actions, as well as a determination to kill him. Inexorably, the war of the Southwest had made him a thorn in the side of all the people of Yu Sang. This was not a good feeling. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Wang Chong's eyes regained their clarity and calmness. Pass on my order. Prepare for battle. Wang Chong suddenly raised an arm and thrust it into the air. The atmosphere was tense, and all the craftsmen retreated back into the walls, not even daring to breathe too loudly. And on the walls, the experts of the great clans had their bows strapped to their backs and were aiming outside the city. Gallop. The galloping of hooves grew louder and louder, each step seeming to stomp on the hearts of the soldiers. The atmosphere grew more and more tense. The City of Steel was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Closer. Closer and closer. Rumble. With a deafening boom, a blazing furnace outside the city seemed to have been struck by an enormous monster. It tumbled and was sent flying high into the air. The sky was filled with sparks. With the help of the sparks, countless cavalry figures could be seen galloping over like demons from hell. Kill! In the blink of an eye, these horsemen had already charged around the City of Steel. Their eyes were incomparably ferocious. Every single one of them was like a primordial beast, emitting waves of tyrannical aura. Creak. The twanging of bowstrings could be heard from the walls as the clan experts lined up in a row, their bows drawn to the maximum, their arrowheads aimed at the Tibetan White Braves outside the city. Wait a moment. Wang Chong raised his right arm, and the twangs of the bowstrings came to a sudden halt. Now is not the time to strike. Everyone, wait for my order. Wang Chong's expression was extremely grim. If these Uzan cavalry were the same as the White Braves in his memories, then ordinary arrows would be useless against them. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.